Dear ladies, dear gentlemen, let me first say to all our international, honorable guests, collaborators, students and friends, welcome to Crete. And then to all of you, welcome to our international event on innovation and entrepreneurship for the Technical University of Crete for the year 2016. We open with welcome addresses. Mr. Palomenakis Antonios, member of the Greek Parliament, will address the first welcome speech. Mr. Palomenakis.
Good morning. Dear friends, holding this conference in Kenya gives us hope for the future. This is a time that Greece needs a coherent plan in order to set the foundation of a socially fair growth so as to exit the economic crisis. Supporting innovation and entrepreneurship should definitely be part of this plan. There are great human resources in Greece, young, highly educated people, people full of new ideas and keen on starting new businesses. These human resources were until now in the need for an appropriate legal frame in order to fulfill their potential. This needs to be done. Academic research is an intensively developed activity in our country. Technical University of Crete has been many times awarded in the field of research and for developing new technological ideas. It is very important to stress that innovation and entrepreneurship was never developed outside the field of politics. The basic social and economic attributes of industrial societies were always the result of political decisions and public policies in both national and international level. Taking this under consideration, it is important to highlight the perspective of the current Greek government in this field. The Greek government tries to develop a new approach which offers more space for small to medium enterprises, for young people who try to apply a new idea or to begin a startup company. The development of academic research is called to play a very important role in this plan. We started by building an appropriate legal frame. A legal frame that organizes the distribution of European resources in a fair way, so as most enterprises will be supported and not only few of them. Introducing two new laws was the result of a clear and well-organized effort, both of them aiming exactly to this above-mentioned target. The first one is the law which supports innovation and research, and the second one is the law aiming to build proper environment for growth. These laws put new practical solutions which on one hand create a modern administrative structure and on the other hand set clear aims, criteria of selection and emphasize on young people's creativity. We strongly believe that innovation should be developed in the context of rules. These rules must ensure the increase of productivity, the improvement improvement of quality of products, the cooperation between different enterprises, the protection of labor rights, and the protection of environment as well. Furthermore, what is also very important is to encourage new types of this activity, such as social economy and cooperatives, which develop new kind of production relationships and new forms of product distribution. In this context, economy aims to respond to social need, not only to increase profit. It is very interesting to notice that building this ecosystem in Hania is included in the agenda of the conference. Municipalities and cities deploying their comparative advantages can develop and attract new enterprises and activities based on technology, innovation, scientific knowledge, and creation of new products and services with high added value, and this is very important for Greece right now, new jobs. In order to fulfill this target, intense and permanent cooperation between public and private sector is needed, so as between universities and research centers. A combination of knowledge, infrastructure, technology, and the necessary capital is a target to be achieved. Main players of this model are startups and innovative companies which will build new dynamic ecosystems around the research infrastructure of Greek universities. It is a really attractive and obtainable target. As a member of the permanent Greek Parliament's Committee for Innovation and Research, I want to assure the conference that we shall follow all the phases of these efforts and support by all available means. Thank you.
Ms. Kasataki Maria, Head of the Managing Authority of Crete, from the region of Crete, will now address a welcome speech. Ms. Kasataki.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ambassador, Mr. Vice Governor of Region of Crete, Mr. Rectors and Vice Rectors, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me here in this international conference organized by the Technical University of Crete concerning innovation and entrepreneurship. We are here in Hania, in an area where very important and very famous, internationally famous institutes are located, working very intensively in the area of research and technology and innovation. Not only the Technical University of Crete, but also the Agronomic Institute, the Mediterranean Agronomic Institute, which hosts this conference, the Technological Institute also, and other research, agricultural research institutes are located here, and therefore they develop a very strong research pole in the island of Crete, which is going to give us a lot in the future concerning innovation and technology. This is a very important conference for us, for the region of Crete, because it promotes the dialogue for innovation and entrepreneurship in Crete. This is a great demand nowadays, which our countries, because our country is faces this economic crisis. So research and innovation is going to give us the opportunity to exit this crisis. And this is what we have very much considered as a very great priority in our regional policy. That's why we have developed a very concrete strategy for innovation and research and technology and entrepreneurship, the so-called smart specialization strategy, which really intends to give us the necessary priorities and reinforce all those parameters which are going to facilitate the innovative entrepreneurship. We're sure that this conference is going to give us the chance to promote this dialogue, as I said before, and to exploit the experiences that other countries like Israel have on the topic, and give us the opportunity to discuss more special measures for promoting youth entrepreneurship, the startup processes, and all other aspects of innovation and entrepreneurship. So I would like to thank you again. I would like to wish you a great success, and I'll be here with you to discuss all those themes that are going to give us the data and information for promoting more our own projects in the field. Thank you very much, and
Mr. Bambukas Anastasios, the mayor of Hania, will address a welcome speech.
Morning, everybody. Your Excellency, Mr. Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Dianakis, as Mayor of Kania, I would like to welcome you to Kania, to the Innovation and Entrepreneurship, to TUC 2016 event, which aims to attack academic scholars, professional students, and individuals who are engaged in various aspects of innovation and entrepreneurship. At this point, I would like to welcome especially Her Excellency Mr. Irit Ben Abba, Ambassador of Israel in Greece, for being here with us. This international event, hosted by the Technical University of Crete, provides an excellent opportunity for discussion, exchange of ideas and collaboration associated to recent trends in innovation and entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, our city Kania hosted important events in eminent personalities who dominated to the international scene. Our aim for our city is to become a center of culture, arts, science, and sports. This goal can be realized by hosting important events such as this international event hosted by the Technical University of Crete. Thank you very much. Και να πω ότι θεωρώ πάρα πολύ σημαντική αυτή την πρωτοβουλία. Μπράβο στο Πολυτεχνείο μας και ότι είναι καιρός να ξεπεράσουμε αυτό το δίλημμα που κυριαρχούσε τα προηγούμενα χρόνια στην Ελλάδα. Ελπίζω ότι πλέον έχει υποχωρήσει. Το οποίο έλεγε ότι μπορεί τα πανεπιστημιακά ιδρύματα να είναι ανεξάρτητα από την αγορά εργασίας, αρκετά ανεξάρτητα από τις ανάγκες στην πραγματικότητα της κοινωνίας. Νομίζω ότι αυτό είναι κάτι που αρχίζει να γίνεται κατανοητό τα τελευταία χρόνια πόσο σημαντικό είναι, και νομίζω ότι η συμβολή του Πολυτεχνείου Κρήτης θεωρώ ότι είναι τα ιδρύματα πανελληνίως που το έχουν καταλάβει από καιρό, και ήδη και ο Πρίτανης και νομίζω η διοίκηση του Πολυτεχνείου κινείται σε αυτή την κατεύθυνση. Σύνδεση λοιπόν με τις πραγματικές ανάγκες της κοινωνίας πρέπει από τα πανεπιστημιακά μας ιδρύματα να κατευθύνουμε τους ανθρώπους, να συνδεόμαστε με την οικονομία και βέβαια με την τοπική κοινωνία ευρύτερα, όχι μόνο με την ιδιωτική οικονομία, και βεβαίως και η αυτοδιοίκηση προσφέρει ένα πεδίο λαμπρό συνεργασίες και εργαζόμαστε στα χρόνια και οι δύο πλευρές σε αυτή την κατεύθυνση. Βεβαίως πρέπει να επιταχύνουμε, βεβαίως οι ανάγκες είναι μεγάλες και βεβαίως και η νέα προγραμματική περίοδος προσφέρει πολλά γι' αυτό. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Director of the Technical University of Crete, Professor Vasilios Digalakis, will now open the first session of the event.
Your Excellency, Honorable Member of the Greek Parliament, Honorable Vice Governor of the region of Crete, Honorable Mayor of Chania, representatives of members of the Hellenic Parliament and the region of Crete, and the educational institutes, dear guests. It is with great pleasure that we organize this event today. And let me start as a rector of the Technical University of Crete. I must say a few good words about the university. But I also must convince you that in order to talk about innovation and entrepreneurship, you must have the ingredients to start doing this. So you must have research, you must have knowledge. At the Technical University of Crete, we're very proud that we completed our first external evaluation this year by the independent committee, and we were awarded with the highest possible grade, worthy of merit, for the Technical University of Crete. Now, since we are talking about innovation, I will focus on research. And the committee said that research is a core mission of the institution, and as a result, the Technical University of Crete delivers scientific output of high caliber and volume. In terms of research publications, TUC is one of the most productive research institutions in Greece and compares very favorably with peer institutions in Europe and North America. This is very important. We are at the level of good institutions in North America, and this only by itself means that we do have knowledge. All we have to do is see how we can transfer this knowledge into innovation, how to cultivate an entrepreneurial spirit in our students and faculty. In research, I will say a couple more things that show that TUC is very strong in this area. Recently, there was a study by the National Center of Documentation and Tecmeriosis that showed that the Technical University of Crete has publications that have the higher impact among all Greek universities. This means that our publications are read by more peers, colleagues in abroad, and this is actually more, the recognition of the research is the most important thing. You can also see the impact of the research on our funding for research. In the last 3 years, the university managed to double its research funding, both in number of projects. In 2012, there were 190 projects done at the university. Now we're at 390. The budget of the projects was 25 million in 2012. It was 40 million last year, and it is going up. The yearly budget actually at this point exceeds the government funding, so we get more research money at the university than what the state gives us. And this includes both salaries and operating expenses. I believe we're the first and only university at this point that has achieved this thing. You can also see it in FP7, in a report by the European Union last year, in the spring of 2015, where there was a report on the number of FP7 projects that were executed at the different prefectures, and analysis shows that Chania is in the 5th place among all Greek prefectures. Now, bear in mind that the prefectures that are ahead of us, Athena, Attiki, Thessaloniki, Iraklio, Achaia, all have numerous and much bigger institutions than the University of Crete. We did about 67 FP7 projects, and which means that one project per 2 faculty members or half a project per faculty member, and this is impressive. And we have started very well in the Horizon 2020 framework program as well. Research and technology transfer are one of our top priorities in our strategic plan. We want to facilitate technology transfer, and we want to cultivate entrepreneurial activities between our faculty members and our students, and this event is a part of the actions we take to achieve the goals. Now, I want to do 2 case studies, 2 very quick case studies to put some perspective, see what the numbers are. And I chose 2 institutions with size that is approximately the size of all research institutions in Crete. So if we put the Technical University of Crete, the University of Crete, the Foundation of Research, Technological Institute, etc., the number of researchers is about the same as the number of the researchers and faculty in the 2 institutions. The first one is Spin-off City, in the so-called Spin-off City in California, in Menlo Park. It is SRI International. It was a former research institute of Stanford that at some point became independent. In the last 15 years, it launched 50 spin-offs, and the valuation of those spin-offs currently exceeds $20 billion. Some of this you can see here. They include Mass Communications, Siri in Apple, and various other inventions. Second case study is the University of Jerusalem. The Hebrew University of Jerusalem has about 23,000 students, 24,000 students. So I guess it's about the same if we put the University of Crete and the Technical University of Crete together, we're about the same size. But it also has 1,200 researchers. And in order to commercialize the technology and transfer knowledge to innovation and entrepreneurship, it has an independent company, Yisum. Yisum Research Development was founded in 1964 in order to protect and market the university's IP. It is a for-profit company fully owned by the university. It has registered over 8,000 patents covering 2,300 inventions. It has licensed 700 technologies and formed 80 companies. The products that Yisum is associated with, either through licensing or through spin-offs, generate $2 billion in annual sales. Okay, now, in order to understand the numbers, let's look in our neighborhood. Let's see Crete. I found data until 2013 about the GDP of Greece and Crete. So the GDP of Crete in 2013, after the crisis started, it was about 8.8 billion. Chania is about 1/4 of this, is 2.2 billion, GDP of Chania in 2013. So what we see is that Yisum alone accounts for 1/4, 25% of the GDP of Crete, or the GDP of Chania. And the tourism here accounts for 1 billion, about 50% of Chania GDP. Of course, we are not going to become Yisum in a couple of years, but even if we had say 1/10 of this within a framework of 5 to 10 years, you understand what the impact to the local economy will be. So the issue here, the first session, is how to build entrepreneurial ecosystem in Chania. You need to have a mixture of knowledge, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Some of the things we can do. High quality of human resources. I already showed to you that performance and the record of the university in research alone shows that we have very good people. You have to cultivate an entrepreneurial culture. I will say a couple more things about this. And you have to take some actions on commercializing research. Now, I spent only a few minutes yesterday, and it was not difficult to fill this slide with companies that are somehow, one way or another, affiliated with the university, either through graduates or ideas that they have expressed interest to commercialize. And so we're starting well. We have very good potential. All we have to do is facilitate people to start companies and build this entrepreneurial ecosystem. We're going to take a few next steps. We're starting next fall in collaboration with some friends from Israel who are here today, a Master in Technology and Innovation Management. This program is international. We're trying to attract foreign students as well. It will be taught in English. It is within the plan of the university to internationalize its education at the graduate level as a first step. Second action will be an innovation house that will also start this fall. The innovation house will be within the premises of the university. It is a small building as a first step, but it will allow people who are interested in entrepreneurship to talk between them, to interact, to get support for their ideas. There are some other things that we need, of course, in order to move and build an entrepreneurial ecosystem. You must have presence of major global technology companies that we don't. My friend George Carroll, I believe, will have some good ideas and will share his knowledge and expertise on this topic. You must have a critical mass of capital investors, VC funds, startups. We are starting to have startups, but we don't have funds. You must have modern legal IP and financial infrastructures, and most important, you must have government support, incentive plans, tax benefits. Mr. Papamanakis already mentioned a couple of initiatives that would help in this direction. I think more steps are needed in order to be able to keep the startups in Greece and not, after some point, see them transferring their companies when they are mature companies abroad. Startups usually don't have tax problems because they're not profitable from day one. But once they reach the point where they become profitable, then there's an issue of how to keep the companies in Greece. So, without further ado, I would like to welcome the Ambassador of Israel. I will start by saying that last fall, with surprise, I received an invitation from the Ambassador to visit Israel with some other rectors and the representative of the research centers in Greece. And this trip was very important. It was a catalyst and, for the things that follow since that day, and I would like to thank her for that. The ambassador of Israel in Greece, Ms. Rit Benamba, was born in Tel Aviv, Israel. She graduated cum laude from the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, majoring in East Asian Studies and in English linguistics. The ambassador also holds an MBA from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. After the army service, the ambassador entered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. His senior positions include Deputy Chief of Mission at the Embassy of Israel, Beijing, China, Director, South and Southeast Asia Division, Asia Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She has been ambassador to Philippines from 2000 until 2003, from 2004 to 2006 to Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina and Fyrom, from 2006 until 2007, and she has been at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the head of the Middle Eastern Economic Affairs Bureau, Economic Affairs Division, dealing mainly with economic and humanitarian reactions. From September 2007 to August 2014, the ambassador was the Deputy Director General at the Economic Affairs Division of the Israeli Foreign Ministry and head of the official Israeli delegation to the Donors Forum to the Palestinians. As of August 2014, the ambassador has been appointed of the State of Israel in the Hellenic Republic. In 1993, she was honored by the Director General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with the Prize of Excellence, and in 2003, she was honored by the President of the Philippines with the prize for the Best Ambassador, Order of Skatuna. Ambassador Bernaba speaks Hebrew, English, Italian, and Chinese. And please.
You find seeds that can be programmed to become whatever you wish. You engineer them to have limitless creativity. You plant them in soil designed to nourish them. They yield fruits of endless new inventions.
Kalimera to everyone. I'll start with the greetings and thank you. So, Director, thank you very much for inviting us here and for all the endeavors that you're making together with us. Director of the Paris Academic Center from Israel, the Mayor of Chania, the Deputy Rectors and the representatives from the Hellenic Parliament, representative from the region of Crete, the Vice Governor, the Israeli professors, and thank you for coming all the way from Israel, the Israeli sponsors, Eurobank, distinguished guests. I think I managed to have everybody in the list. I'm happy to be here to announce the launching of the Master Program in Technological and Innovation Management, which will probably be launched this autumn. And this is with the great effort of both the Rector of the Technical University of Crete and Dr. Haris Yukle, that I've known for so many years, and we are closing the circle here in Greece. I never thought it would happen, that we would close the circle here. It is no exaggeration to say that the kind of innovation going on in Israel is critical to the future of technological business. This is not me saying, this is Bill Gates saying this already in 2005. Now you've seen the very short clip of who we are, and it just shows you that we are a very energetic country. If you come to Israel, you feel the energy everywhere you go. And it's a positive energy. And this is something that when I'm constantly asked, what is the DNA of the Israelis that have made Israel a unique country of innovation and entrepreneurship in the last 30 years mainly? There's no real recipe for this. This is everything in the basket. What makes such a very energetic society is a combination of many, many things. But first and foremost, it's the environment that we live in that creates a lot of tension, a lot of risk-taking environment, and it also affects the innovation spirit of the Israelis. I will try just to analyze what really creates this DNA culture. And it's really a culture today in Israel. You see the very, very young children already at elementary school looking for innovation. They want to be entrepreneurs, they want to be innovators. It starts from very, very early age. And this is a process. It's a process that started almost 30 years ago, first and foremost with the government being very much involved. Less government involvement today and a lot of private entrepreneurship. But government is actually a very important factor in creating innovation. So what is Israel in the last 30 years? Our population grew in the last 30 years by 100%. We are now 8.5 million people, not so very close to what Greece is today. Our GDP grew in 30 years by 920%. This is immense. Exports of high-tech have grown by 3,700%. The R&D of the allocation to R&D by the government grew from 1.3% of the GDP to 4.5%. Israel is number one in the world in its allocation of governmental money to R&D. So this is more or less the recipe. Now I'll try to say something about the DNA that everybody is asking what is there in the Israeli DNA that creates this. So first and foremost, if we talk about the culture, we are definitely a very risk-taking society, and this is a very important component of any innovative society. We are not afraid of failures. This is something that we are trying to convince the Greeks. Don't be afraid to fail. You have to, if you fail and fail and fail once, you will succeed. Entrepreneurs, whenever they innovate a new technology, they look at the world, not at Israel. The world is the market, not Israel. We cultivate, as I said, excellence from kindergarten. I was this week in Israel for a few days, and I went to a new accelerator that was established in somewhere near Tel Aviv. And there was a 16-year boy walking around. He is a PhD student already, 16 years of age. And he's there. He's already in the accelerator trying to innovate things. So this is Israel today. We are very nervous people. You saw it in the clip, I think. Our mothers, whenever they speak to their children, they ask them, what did you ask today in class? Not what did you learn today in class, because children today don't learn. They teach their teachers. So they are asking questions, continuously asking questions. This is part of our tradition. We are a society of immigrants, and this is traditionally a more risk-taking type of a society. People tell us it's because you have a very sophisticated military that you are so good in technologies. It is true, but this is not the only reason. Definitely a lot of our technologies are spin-offs of military technologies. We are constantly looking for solutions. I think that one of the best examples of Israel innovation is the drip irrigation system that is very well known around the world, even here in Greece. It all started because there's lack of water in Israel, and we needed to find a solution to save water. And this is how we developed the drip irrigation technology. And we rely a lot on success stories. This is something that we need to educate our entrepreneurs all the time. Success stories. We need success stories all the time. Just to mention that we have 12 Nobel Prize winners, and Israel is #1 in the world Nobel Prize per capita. Now, this is culture. The second item is the regulatory environment, and this is where the government comes in. The Chief Scientist's Office, which today has converted their name to the Innovation Authority of Israel, was established already in 1969 with the aim of helping government assistance to the private sector. The government has initiated Yozma VC in 1993, which was a government VC. And since then, the government is not involved in VCs anymore, and we have a lot of VCs. And without the VCs, I think that our innovation ecosystem would have been very, very different. R&D law, I think somebody mentioned the R&D law here in Greece. Protecting IP is very important. Angels law, this is something that we enacted and pushed into through Parliament only very recently, and I think it's being debated in the Greek Parliament as well, the Angels law. Without angels, there will be no ecosystem. The VC world, as I mentioned before, Israel is again exceeding even the United States per capita investment of VCs, $450 per person per capita, whereas in the United States it's only $150 per capita. We are rated, Israel is rated #3 by the Global Entrepreneurship Index after Switzerland and Finland. Now a little bit about the infrastructure. We have invested in the human capital, and this is what you are doing here. Human resources is #1. Without human resources, there can be no entrepreneurship, no innovative spirit. We have good schools, good universities. We commercialize the IP, as the rector was saying before. All our universities have tech transfer units. Licensed products last year were around $22 billion, $500 million revenue to all universities annually out of the commercialization of the IP. We are a very small country, but and it's one of the benefits because the ecosystem is very small. Everybody is very close to everyone. The VCs are close to the companies, the angels know the entrepreneurs in person, and this is very beneficial to create a good ecosystem. In 2015, $4.4 billion were invested in Israeli VCs, which is 62% higher than in 2014. We had 100 of our startups that made exits, totaling $8.4 billion of revenue. And again, success stories. This is very, very important. Some of them you have seen here. We have 250 multinationals operating in Israel, mainly in research and development, 5,000 startups, and this is Israel today. Success stories, a lot of them in the biotechnology, robots that perform surgeries, drugs that can cure incurable diseases like Alzheimer, Parkinson, multiple sclerosis, were all developed in Israel. We have breakthroughs in diabetes, cancer, infectious disease monitoring methods, as well as online platforms that help patients communicate with their doctors and manage their health regime wherever. We're all innovated in Israel. Nanomedicine is also very important. The PillCam, the camera that can look into your body, was also invented in Israel. The Waze, we saw it here, the navigation application. Mobileye, which is a company that started in the tech transfer of the Hebrew University in Israel. Checkpoint, the cybersecurity that is very well known around the world. The drip irrigation that I mentioned earlier. Discom key that everybody uses today was invented in Israel. ICQ, Vocaltech, and many, many others. Now, I'll say a few words about what we are trying to do here in Greece. I think this is important for the audience to know. We have decided that we would like to share our experience and know-how with the Greek society, because this is the added value that Israel can bring to Greece when we have these very, very good strategic relations between our countries. It wasn't like this until 6 years ago. In 2010, our relations have changed, and we look at Greece as a very strategic partner as much as Greece looks at Israel. We are in the same neighborhood, as you know, and the challenges are very similar. Now, when we look at the economic relations between Israel and Greece, this is one issue that we would like to really concentrate and focus on. And we used the visit of Prime Minister Tsipras to Israel in January to sign an MOU on innovation and entrepreneurship. This MOU is called Uranos, that means the sky. We would like to see the sky as the limit of our cooperation. And the components of this type of cooperations are, first and foremost, we have, and somebody mentioned this before, we have a government-to-government agreement, Greece-Israel, on R&D. The first cycle of companies that are engaged in this cooperation, 32 companies in the last 2 years, have approached both governments to get financing, to do mutual joint R&D, but it's applied R&D, not theoretical R&D. And there are very nice success stories like Apivita, that everybody knows, that collaborated with the Technion to produce a new line of products, and many others. The first cycle has ended now, and we are really waiting, and hopefully it will be in July, in the coming months, to have another cycle of calls for proposals for Greek companies to join hands with Israeli companies to produce a new product. This is a very important step in our cooperation, and we really hope that the new calls of proposals will be out very, very soon. We have conducted workshops, and we will conduct more workshops with the Ministry of Innovation here in Greece on top issues that are relevant to the Greek ecosystem. The two workshops that we are working on now are on incubation and tech transfer. So this will hopefully take place until the end of 2016. The rector mentioned the visit of the rectors to Israel, academic world, concentrating on innovation and entrepreneurship. We have collaboration between universities, various universities in Greece and in Israel. I was last year in Patras Technological Park, and I was amazed to see some of the companies there, that all of them collaborate with Israeli universities. This is very nice to see. We would like to create a platform. This is also an outcome of the visit of the rectors, that would see Greek students, master degree students, going to Israel to study innovation and entrepreneurship. I'm personally involved in this, trying to get the financing from good donors, Greek donors here to see if we can finance this scholarship program, and this would be, I think, very helpful to create this collaboration between Israel and Greece in entrepreneurship. So this is government. The second leg is anything that is out of the government, beside the government, and this is one of the very nice programs that we have, is the one that we are launching today here with the Technical University of Crete, a unique program in Greece, I think, and hopefully will be replicated in other universities as well. We have launched just a few weeks ago the mentorship program, again, viewing our wish to see collaboration between Israeli startuppers and Greek startuppers, and to see how Israel can bring an added value to the ecosystem. We realize that what is really needed here among the Greek startuppers is more mentorship, to show the way how to do that. And we started with this. We hope to expand it, both the number of mentors and the number of organizations that we will be working with. Startup competitions. We are also, as an embassy, this was the second year that we launched the startup competition. Whoever wins the competition gets to go to Israel, so it's a good competition. We are trying to have as many meetings between Israeli startuppers and Greek startuppers. We have speakers coming to speak, entrepreneurs from Israel coming to speak here. To any audience that is willing to listen to them. We have seminars that we organize. We will probably have more seminars that we will organize with various interlocutors here in Greece. So we really want to share our experience that we have accumulated in the last 30 years with our Greek friends here. Now, to sum up, innovation is a process. It's a very, very long march. Israeli innovation has come a long way since the country was first established in 68 years ago, sorry. From a small socialist society based on agriculture and traditional industries, mostly government-owned, we have transformed into a high-tech based economy. Open economy with very little government intervention. From impressive progress in computing technology to efficient agri-tech solutions and on to life-saving medical feats, Israel's list of contributions to human innovation is protected when considering with its small size. Its immigrant population and wealth opportunities to acquire important analytical and technological skills are factors that have helped foster an impressive ecosystem for innovation. We will continue to flourish with our innovative ideas in Israel and outside, bringing breakthroughs, life-saving and novel innovations to every corner in the world. And to end with a note on whether the Israeli entrepreneurial world is heading to. Where is the Israeli entrepreneurial world heading to? The Israeli high-tech, which for years now has been the hotspot for profitable exits to huge multinationals, might be at a crossroad from being a startup nation to a scale-up nation, which has unicorn companies. It will be exciting to see this change taking place in the coming years. I wish the new venture here in the university much success, and I wish all the success to the startuppers of this technical university that will compete this afternoon. And whoever goes to Israel from the university, from one of the companies, I wish them all the very success. And I hope to be here again. This is a good opportunity to come to Crete. And I wish you all much success and hope to see you in Israel. I think whoever comes to Israel sees a very, very different world than you see on your TV screens sometimes. So thank you very much again.
I would like to thank once again the ambassador for the nice talk. And Greece and Israel share a lot of things. We have a lot of things in common, a long history. We are brotherless nations. You have done a lot more in innovation than we have. But I guess it's the need that Israel had, the people of Israel had to do this. And this need was not here. Greece lacked the need. Recently, it seems that the crisis has a similar effect now in Greece that Israel had many years ago. So that's one main reason, one good outcome of the crisis that will spark the entrepreneurial spirit in Greece, in the Greek people, and to be something that we already see. As we will see this afternoon, we had about 15 participants in the contest. And as the ambassador mentioned, the winner will take a trip to Israel, which is an award from our colleagues. We thank them. And so let me move to the next speaker. The Paris Academic Center got its name from Shimon Peres, of course, the Nobel laureate and president of Israel. So in order for him to give a name to an institute, it must be important. It is approved by Israel's Council for Higher Education for undergraduate and graduate degrees. And we are very happy that the rector of that university is here with us today, Professor Amos Rory. Thank you for being here. The next speaker is the director of the International School at Paris Academic Center. We will have a collaboration. We will sign an agreement with the Paris Academic Center in order to jointly deliver the new program that the ambassador and I announced. It's a Master in Technology and Innovation Management. We're trying our best to start the program this fall. Harry Hughley is, I would call him a traveler or a crusader of innovation, and he's been directly involved in the last 30 years in building startups, ranging his career from technology development, engineering, marketing. He held executive management positions at leading publicly traded high-tech companies. Savings International, Anet Data Communications, and others. He's been an advisor to Israeli government, international governments, for international foreign government agencies like Eureka, I Create. I'm not really going to Harry because it will take too long, so he co-founded Quantum China Israel Investment. He now serves also as the director of the International School at the Paris Institute Academic Center, and he also has permanent visiting professorship positions in several universities around the world where he travels and delivers courses in technology and innovation management. He will do the same for us. And Harry, I leave the rest. Please welcome.
Presentation is loading up. This my morning presentation. I'm supposed to to wear my hat as a scientist, and as a scientist, especially as an Israeli scientist, I'm absolved from the tour of honor that I have to do. But 2 words, please. Your Excellency Ambassador. I shall explain to you. In Israel we call Irit, right, Harry, but given the situation, so you know how much I love, we love our country, and this is doesn't have to be proved, but thank you very much for your speech. I'm very proud to be a citizen of Israel after listening to you. And thank you very much, Vasilis, if I can use the Israeli protocol, for inspiring me for the next steps, right? You are correct, I'm traveling a lot. On my first encounter with Crete and with Haniaya is very new, actually, February. But I really see this as a very comfortable place for Israeli spirit, the way you actually drive this vision. So thank you very much for the two of us allowing me to be part of it. What I'm going to do what I'm going to do this in this session is to try to challenge a little bit some of the stereotypes we have regarding entrepreneurship. We heard today about entrepreneurial ecosystems and stuff like this. And since we are here scientists, all of us, I think that we need to ask ourselves, is it the way we've seen so far, the entrepreneurial system still sustainable, or there are many changes? So, as the ambassador said, my mother also asked me when I came back from school, what did you ask today? So my speech is raising a few questions rather than giving answers, and together we will have the opportunity to maybe discuss them. This is all around a new term, let's say, that my colleagues here at the university are familiar with as well from our previous meetings, which is, instead of talking about an entrepreneurial ecosystem, which is somehow localized, talking about an entrepreneurial cloud, and the role of academia in implementing this stuff. This is actually what we try to do here. So, okay. So the first thing I would like to challenge is to ask if we really need entrepreneurship, or is just a way of spending some time, quality time together, having a cocktail this evening, and go back to the old habits. I think that we can all agree that there is a very strong need for entrepreneurship for our societies, because for monitoring for the last 50-60 years the evolution of various economies in the world, we can see now that what really differentiates the developed economies from the less developing economies or less developed economies is the shift from managed economies towards entrepreneurial economies, rather than exploiting natural resources and labor, right? What we've seen here are the developed economies. Economies today around the world agree that this is the only way developing economies can speed up their evolution. So that is not question anymore about the impact on our societies and what we want this stuff. However, there are recent new players in this field as a result of the recognition of the importance of entrepreneurship for our lives and our social welfare. Those are, for example, gentlemen like this, the present Prime Minister of India, which launched a national program to transform India in a startup nation, but it was launched in January. Now imagine about what can happen if 1 billion Indians move together into this field, and what economies like ours should in the new ecosystems or in the new playground. Now, by just improving by 10 cents per capita the GDP of India, there will create a lot more resources than what all Europe, Silicon Valley, Israel, and everyone else can do. So it changes completely the game. An initiative like this, and I can tell you from the first experience, I'm part of this project as well in India, that is going to happen. They are already running on it, so we are not alone in this game, and we shall go out of the Mediterranean lake when we consider what should be the role of Israel, Crete, and Europe in this new playground. China, the other mega power in terms of resources, is also moving aggressively into this field. Despite the uncomfort of allowing young people to think freely in this place, the government of China is simply doing a very focused and intensive campaign of encouraging young people to take an entrepreneurial journey in their career. These are another 1 billion people joining us in this club. So ecosystems are now going into completely different dimensions than what we were used to. Even Africa is actually building on this approach of improving their lives and closing the gap from the developed economies by implementing entrepreneurial policies there. Obviously Africa is not so far away from us. So again, huge amounts of people, resources, and talents are joining this game. Israeli intensive entrepreneurial economy is not anymore alone. Okay, we have to consider this in a very broader sense. And from this perspective, sticking to the entrepreneurial ecosystem, which is somehow localized geographically or culturally or socially, it's a waste of time, right? And we have to think differently, and this is why we are now trying to see what are the methods in the new setting to develop sustainable entrepreneurial capital in our economies. And this is what Vasilis and the team here are trying to do, and we are very excited to be part of it. Now, this is not a new issue, right? I mean, this is a model. The ambassador maybe can recall that was the contribution we did together. We worked together for the United Nations. The United Nations Economic Commission of Europe adopted this model for the Eastern European countries. So 10 years ago, I think we worked together into this. Basically, it says that a sustainable entrepreneurial capital process is built on three major elements: research, teaching, and community outreach. And they recognizes the role of academia as driving or catalyzing this process together. So these are all news. These are nothing new. However, what happens today is that in such an interaction, there are new elements. First of all, globalization. Right? Today, the problems of Africa can be solved by an engineering Crete, financed by venture capital from London, and be applied actually to maybe to a market, to the South American market or something like this. So there is no, we used to say once that investors in risky projects in high tech like to invest in their phone area code, right? It's something they know, something very close. This doesn't exist anymore. So we have to recognize the globalization and the interaction of the globalization into the old model. Then we have new ways of protecting intellectual property and encouraging entrepreneurs to invent. Instead of the patenting system, which became a kind of barrier because the prohibited high prices of defending this way, there are open innovation networks, there are open sources, there are other methods which change the game again. Developing something for 6 years, it's not accepted anymore. Okay? Patenting will not protect such inventions. Then we have new financial methods like the crowdfinancing. My colleague and friend here, Dr. Dan Arom, is one of the experts in this field. He believes that the existing financing mechanisms, banks and lending and stuff like this will disappear, and we will be anyway reduced, and they will be replaced by the participation of individuals around the world into this process. Completely different game again. And then we have new problems, like the aging of population of the world. And we have older people participating still in the production cycles. We have more diseases, or it's a higher percentage of the population are ill. We have many problems like this which derive from the increase in the life expectancy of the world population. We have obviously a lot of social problems. So we have a new form of entrepreneurship which is not business-driven but creates economic value, which is the social entrepreneurship. The entrepreneurs are the same. Technology entrepreneur and social entrepreneur are the same people. And of course we have this element of labor migration. Labor migration is used to be considered like, okay, people are moving from one country to another in order to get being better paid. But we will have for the next 15, 20 years at least to face migration, labor migration between professions, because there is going to be we know already that there is going to be a huge gap between the supply and demand on almost all the professions which are creating economic value. So we will see lawyers having to, or willing to become engineers in order to fulfill another role in the society, and so on and so on. Okay? So this is another huge problem for the academia and for the society and for the business as well. And then again, scale and scalability. We've seen China, India coming in. So when we talk about 3,000 times increase in the export or something like this for a small economy like Israel, in the new system, we need to get used to different scale and to different scalability plans, completely different than what we today are doing. Fortunately, that creates a lot of interesting projects for us, the researchers, to be involved in. And these challenges have a positive side of being recognized early, and that we will need to do. So there will be more like this all the time. The bad news is that this is a very dynamic system. So not only very complex, but also very dynamic system. So the links are changing all the time. The dominance of the various factors are changing all the time. So we must be very quick and very decisive in solving the problems before they are actually becoming catastrophic for the system when we don't understand them. So this is what we recognize now as looks like a cloud, smells like a cloud, so it should be a cloud, right? So my invitation is to go out of the ecosystem, start thinking as a cloud. We are in there, we are not alone, we need to cooperate, this is the only way. And most important, the academia has now a very important role in driving this process, okay? That we cannot expect from governments, with all the respect, or from the businesses to change so quickly as the entrepreneurial cloud requires. Therefore, I move into the next demand, which is the academic activists. Let's recognize it. We are here between us, right? Scientists in academia, let's recognize it. We are quite lazy people. We invented this kind of disciplines, right? We belong to departments. We are prizing each other by peer judgment of our work, and we lost a little bit the contact with the world outside there, right? We are the ivory tower is a kind of recognition, social recognition, instead of being a kind of, let's say, to be blamed, right, by being there and not being out there in the street. So this is what we were used because that was the role of academia for many years, right, to create, to understand, to bring to the world new ideas, new models, new products, and so on. We can't afford to stay there. In such a world, the only element, the only production factor in an entrepreneurial cloud which touches all these elements and is capable to react quickly is the academia. So it is an important challenge for us to really leave this ivory tower, go there and do the stuff by ourselves. In some terms, it's like the medical education, right? I mean, doctors are teaching students and professors are treating patients, and this is how we can see the medical schools. We need to go there out and do this by ourselves. So I'm just inviting the base for plans, planification of the future course to consider these elements as important, the most important, I think, directions for ourselves when we go back to our lab and our offices and when we teach our students. First of all, to leave about our disciplinary, artificial division and start thinking interdisciplinary, right? We need professors from the environment department, with professors from the management, industrial management, with economists, and with maybe psychologists work together to solve a problem. Problems in real lives are not separated by disciplines, and we cannot afford to continue this way. Then we shall include the practitioners in our work. We need to go there in the factories or in the field with the farmers and understand what is the problem there, and not define problems which will lead to a very good paper which we publish in a journal in our area. Otherwise, we simply miss the point. We'll have to create these collaborative platforms. One of the examples is what we do today, in which institutions are using their best expertise synergetically in order to create values which can be created otherwise. We have to include informal education in our plans. We have to recognize there are many people, many kids like this at the age of 16 do not need a PhD in order to be an entrepreneur in Israel. We have, well, having a PhD is a very important testimonial about the skills of this guy, but we can see in the schools young CEOs in Israel which are at this age, and they do not even intend maybe to take an academic degree, right? We have entrepreneurs which have the exit before they even know how to write a business plan. So we have to recognize these guys and these qualities as well as part of the education system. And we have to educate the educators. We did such an exercise months ago here. It was very well actually, right? With professors we can change ourselves, we can go on something new and start thinking when we plan our research activities for the next years on an entrepreneurial way and not only as academic career per se. And we will need to come back and reassess this model again and again continuously. So we cannot be awarded by, okay, so we did it, right? We did it so far, Basilis, but it's just the beginning of the journey. We'll have to consider if the master in management, master in technology and innovation management, which we design together, does really answer the challenges for the next year and the other than continue to change, right? We have to allocate resources to them dynamically change all the time. This is what I call academic activism, and we have to adopt it as our philosophy as professors. So that's very interesting, especially for the young people, but very challenging as well. This is what is ahead of us. So just plugging into what we do here now, it's not just a theoretical model, so we are launching a kind of, we are trying to implement together a kind of methodology like this. The Master in Technology and Innovation Management program is designed, we'll see this afternoon how it is designed. It's designed to fit into this kind of new challenges. Then it's much linked with the Innovation House, which the Director mentioned. That will be a place for everybody. Everybody who wants to reveal himself as a potential entrepreneur, not for the professors and not for the businesses. Everybody is invited there. We will make efforts to materialize the technology transfer processes here in order to actually plug into the business environment and not only commercialize the values which are created by our professors, but to bring businesses as a stakeholder into the academia, into the institute. This is what we are envisioning. We are on the way, right? So there is no way, but I'm happy that, at least I'm happy for me, myself, that I'm part of this by the invitation of the rector. We spoke about internationalization, and indeed the reason this program, the program and all the idea is to look at it as an international program is because we expect, actually, there are already more than 12 universities from everywhere, Europe and Latin America and India and China, who expressed, or the centers, entrepreneurship centers, they've expressed an interest of being part of this picture, okay? So either by sending students to the programs, but also working together in projects, we actually plan to do it to transform us, it was said, Crete into a kind of international center point for these activities. We are now working on this, materializing this cooperation between Paris Academic Center and the Technology University of Crete, as by identifying the synergetic values that can be combined in order to create additional returns for intellectual returns for both institutions. So all this are obviously very practical steps, but I think that we are compliant now with the new trend of entrepreneurial cloud vision of entrepreneurship and innovation. So that's all from my side. In the afternoon, together with Nikos, so we'll talk about the details of the program. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Harry. So our next speaker is George Karela, President of JR Technologies. It was a surprise, one of the most pleasant surprises of my term as a rector of these 3 years. Last year, George paid me a visit to the office and he announced me that he's starting a branch of his company in China. And he's trying to hire our graduates, and he needed help. Of course, we gave him as much help as we could, and I don't think it is enough, because his plans to expand are faster than we can handle it, but this is good news. George has more than 20 years of experience in the travel industry. He has an MBA from Pace University in New York. He enjoys disruptive technologies. He is participating in a number of projects with IATA, the International Air Transport Association, and his company is a 200-employee, 14-year-old company with presence in the US, India, and now Greece. Specialized in developing new retailing and distribution capabilities for airlines. He opened an office, as I mentioned, in Chania last August, employed 32 Chaniotes and Chaniotes, as it says in the note. He's looking to hire an additional number of software related to the numbers in the coming weeks. And so the question to George is, where can I?
Thank you, Vasilis, for this nice intro. Hello, everyone. Chania, good morning. Well, I was asked to describe my vision. And let me read this because it came very nicely in an email. Explain the drivers behind my decision to invest in Chania and also provide feedback from my experience so far. So I'm going to try to do this, not in the same order, but it's going to be a fun story. I hope you'll enjoy it. So first, thank you for inviting me. I'll try to stay with my microphone. Thank you for inviting me. I'm honored to be in the presence of the regional and local government representatives and Your Excellency. I'm very happy to be on the same panel with you. Your speech was extremely interesting, and I wish when I came to Chania I had seen an ad that told me invest here. I haven't seen one. And as you'll hear from my story, you will know that it's totally accidental that I started the business here. So, how did I come here? My wife and I have been visiting Chania for 7 and 8 years. My wife is right here. Carol, you can stand up, say hi. And we actually fell in love with the city, and we fell in love with the monastery of Chrysopigi. And we've been coming here every year. We spend Easters here, and one year we spent the summer. It was very hot, very pleasant, beautiful beaches. I love the mountains. And so we decided, okay, why not stay here? You know, thanks to the internet, you can be anywhere in the world. And anyway, my company is spread out between 2 continents, and the airplane all the time. So I'm used to running the company with emails and conference calls and the Skype calls, and so why not be in Chania? So we came here. And you know, Chania is a very blessed city. They say you throw a stick in the ground and you get something like this. Right? You know this. You know this. So Vasilis introduced JR Technologies. I just want to say that we provide solutions, so we're like problem solvers. So we're an IT solution provider for airlines. The company was growing very fast when we came here, and I was thinking with the shareholders we have, because we had already presence in India, why not increase our presence in India? We had about 50 developers, so we said, okay, we'll add another 50. And we grow because we were having more business. And then I met Stelios Bonatos, where are you? Stand up, Stelios. Here's Stelios in the back. And Stelios said, why do you want to do it in India? Why not do it here? And I said, where here? He said, here in Chania. I said, really? You think I can do something here? So we started talking about it. We looked at some numbers and studied them. I thought that, well, it's going to cost me double to do business here than what I'm paying in India. And then I thought this: if I can demonstrate that the productivity in Greece is more than double of what I'm seeing in India, then it makes sense. So I spoke with my shareholders and they said, try it. So I came back to Stelios and said, okay, how do we do this? So, fine, let's start. He introduced me to a tax consultant. Yorgos Kartousakis, say hi. He's right here. He introduced me to a very nice lawyer. Where is Marina? Are you here? She's in the back. Hi. Okay. He introduced me to bankers, Eurobank, right? Very, very nice people. Where are they? Christos Ratsidakis, where are you? He didn't come. They didn't let him out. He's still working now. So he introduced me to Christos and we started working. So and Stelios said, what else do you need? I said, well, employees. So I'll tell you the part about the employees later. Okay. So I just want you to remember that all this happened in July, August 2015. This is when you started with capital controls and the ATM machine wouldn't work. Yes, it is right then. So you can imagine when at the Eurobank they saw an application to start a new business, they said, this guy must be absolutely nuts. I was probably the only application on that desk. It had to go to Athens and stay 3 weeks there for approval. So yes, uncertainty was very, very high at the time. So you would say the elephant in the room, right? It's very difficult to start a business in Greece. Well, yes, it is very difficult to start a business in Greece. Actually, if you don't have a sense of humor, it's like a nightmare to start a business in Greece. But what we forget when we talk about systems is the people who drive the systems. And honestly, I have never found more goodwill in any people such as I found in Khania. During the creation of GR technology, every legal obstacle, every procedural difficulty, whether it is taxes or corporate law or labor law or renting an office, in banking, every difficulty was overcome painlessly and legally because of the goodwill of the people of Khania. You only need a little patience, and it's a beautiful weather, so take your time. And believe me, this is not political pandering. The hard work of the patience and the patience of our bankers, our lawyer, our tax consultant, who took the time to teach me what needed to be done within the law, and also to make things happen for me, and protect me from the absurdities of some of the procedures. So in some cases, if you just sign here, don't ask. Okay. So I want to say thank you while I'm here. I want to thank you to Marina and Christos and Agapios and Yorgos and Stelios. Thank you for helping me start this business. And because of them, doing business in Khania is actually very easy. Right? So don't be fooled. So now we are a legal entity, GR Technologies, and the Grigoris and the Dicasteria was my head office. This is where I interviewed the first few employees, and we were sipping Fredos and nice kimos, and this is where I met Yannis Kias. Yannis, are you there? Stand up, Yannis. This is Yannis. So Yannis became the area manager for our Khania operations, and we are in the same place with Yannis. We interviewed a number of our software engineers. And we started, actually we moved into a very small office in Akrotiri, this office, in late August 2015. And we had a small team of 3, and we were planning to hire 2 more in the following weeks. And I had a project in India that needed a quick delivery, and the area manager of my Bombay office said, we need 33 people and 4 months to deliver this. So I came to Yannis and I said, okay, can you do it? He said, okay, let's do it. So with 3 people and 2 on the way, he delivered the project on time, in budget, And more importantly, the quality of the work that came out of his office was light years ahead of what we were able to produce in India. So, okay, so when you see this is very encouraging, right? You say, okay, we open up the purse like a faucet, you know, because you know you're going to be bleeding some money for the next few months. Let's open up the faucet let's do it. And we started to grow the software development center in Khania, and thanks to Vasilis, I go there begging, do you know anybody I can hire? And thanks to the Technical University of Crete, we found and hired another 18 software engineers, then another 5. We're now about 30 people in Khania. We had a recruitment drive a few months ago, and we recruited one Khaniotisa from the UK, so she came back home and she's working here, Khania. And another one from Heraklion, she came back home. So we are proud to say we have made 2 mothers very happy and look forward to make more mothers happier. So as you can imagine, we very quickly started to run out of space. In the small office we had Akrotiri, so another friend of yours, Sophia Eleftheriadou. Sophia, where are you? Hey, Sophia, this is where Sophia. She found us a 900 square meter building, not far from here, 3 floors, needs some renovation. So tonight, my team is moving from Akrotiri to the new office. One of the floors is ready, the other 2 not, but one of the floors is ready, so they're moving in. And in the coming weeks, we'll be finishing the other floors, and we'll do a big party and invite everybody here. Okay. And Ioana, where's Ioana? Ioana Papadaki, here's Ioana, right? She's a civil engineer working in the UK. And she's now back in Khania. She took up the job of coordinating the numerous Greek-speaking contractors. I don't speak Greek, and I'm not a good coordinator, so she made this happen. And now that we have a new space, we need 15 more software engineers and web developers this month. So if you know anybody, please, Yanis is here, I'm here, send us CVs, send them over, we want to meet them. And now we have room for them, it's air conditioned, the summer is going to be very, very cool for them as well. I also opened an office in Athens to handle sales and marketing, and we have now 5 people there, including Roger Gatt. Roger, this is Roger, stand up. He's our Vice President Commercial. Roger is an airline man. He is one of the few in our industry with a 360-degree view of the business, the airline business. So now you must be wondering, what is George doing? Like, what is talking about airlines and opening and hiring all these people? What does our technology actually do? Right? I will tell you. This is what we do. The thing you need to know is that the technology landscape within the airline industry is 40 years old. It still depends on teletype. How many people are old enough to remember telex? Okay, there you go. Okay, so it's still based on a similar technology. They communicate between systems and between networks. They use EDIFACT messaging, which is equivalent to a rotary phone in today's technology, right? And this allows hundreds of systems and applications to interact. And since everything over 40 years was built piecemeal, one piece at a time, we end up with an extremely complex environment. So we need to simplify it. And the thing is today, with the hundreds of millions of dollars that the airline invests in technology, no airline CEO can tell you how many customers he has or who they are. He knows how many passengers boarded, but not how many people. The systems that airlines depend on run in silos, very much like how academia works, right? So it runs in silos. And frequently, each one of these silos is managed by a different third-party vendor. So in most cases, the airline does not own its own data. Real-time business intelligence is close to impossible. Anytime you need to change or enhance something, You have to wait a couple of years for the change to be in production. Airline distribution systems look like this. And what we want to do is make them look like this. So in the next few years, everything will change. How you buy your tickets, what you actually buy, is it a seat on a scheduled flight or a customizable travel experience? How you check in, how you customize your airport experience, how you stay informed during your trip at the airport, on board the aircraft, and upstream from these activities, how will the airline calculate and publish its prices, optimize its revenue, manage its accounting system? Everything will change. And with JR Technologies, where JR Technologies is, we are at the forefront of this transformation. We are in the business of exporting high-tech services. Our capital is the talent of the men and women who work for JR Technologies. And this is very, very important to understand. Today, at Khania, we look like this guy. A lone wolf. I'm hoping that we can all together do our share to change this picture and make JR Technologies the first of many IT companies that will do business in Khania. Because frankly, what is the most important resource? Really? No, it's not money. Well-educated, qualified people. This is the most important resource. So, what's wrong with this picture? So the one in the middle is Greece youth unemployment. That's the highest one, right? And the one on the next to it is Greek unemployment overall. So when you look at this picture, okay, first reaction, let's blame national policy, politicians, everybody else in the world. But I don't. Things are what they are. How they got here is a function of history. What is important to me is today. What can I do today? And today, high unemployment also means that it is statistically more likely that I will find good, highly qualified employees. And we have found them. And they are good. And they are qualified. I can bear witness to this. I testify firsthand. Personal experience. And thanks to the goodwill of the people of Khania, JR Technologies has demonstrated that productivity in Greece is much higher than anyone could have expected, whether in Germany or Brussels. So when you hear them speak about Greek productivity, remember this. So knowing this, it is easy to start dreaming big and look forward to a future where Khania becomes the technology and innovator center for both Europe and the Middle East. My customers, some of the largest airlines in the world, tell me they have between each one of them, between 800 and 1,500 offshore software developers, India and some of them China. So I say, why not give me some work? I'll do it here in Greece with 200 people. You don't need 1,500. And they say, do you have 200 people? Today not, but very soon I will. And we'll bring this business here. So yes, we can dream big. We can. And we can make this happen. And bring everybody here. Joanna's happy. Step into the new building. Thank you very much, everybody. You've been a great audience.
Thank you, George. I will definitely come when you move to the new offices. And I will not, I'll let you there for 5 years, and then maybe we'll build the building you just showed next to the university, and then you move once more.
Absolutely.
Finally.
I'm looking
Okay.
forward to that day.
So let's move on to the next session, which is a presentation of the new Master in Technology and Innovation Management. My dear colleague, Professor Nikos Matsatsinis from the Manufacturing Engineering, and Harry will present the program. Nikos.
Okay. I'll try to present you very shortly what the MTN program will be, the core part of it, of course. I chose to make the presentation through good questions and to give answers to a set of questions. First, who organized this master program? 2 schools from our university collaborate, the School of Production Engineering and Management and the School of Electrical and Computer Engineering. Of course, the other schools of our university will participate. The other schools are the Mineral Resource Engineering, the Environmental Engineering, and Architecture. The interfaculty postgraduate programs, the Master Science in the English, their title is Master Science in Technology and Innovation Management. In Greek is διοίκηση της τεχνολογίας και της καινοτομίας. The aim of the Master Science in the MTM Master degree is to provide education, of course, training and practice. Practice in innovation and entrepreneurship. Who are the target audience of our program? Of course, young scientists or scientists with experience, executives from business and organizations, both from public and private sector, and researchers from around the world. That have their goals to specialize in modern technology, management systems, innovation, how to combine knowledge and practice in order to produce new knowledge, etc. From many areas, for instance, from finance, from marketing, for innovation to information technology. Who can apply to the project, to the program, the MTN? Especially from everything, but more specifically from technical universities, from physics schools, from mathematics, chemistry, geology, agronomy, like MAI for instance, business administration, finance, information technology departments, biomedical sciences, from military academies all over the world, from universities, from technical universities, or from any institute. Why another master program? Why we need to have another master program? Because we have in technical university we have technology, and we have our friends who know and are better in some other issues like innovation and entrepreneurship. And we need to collaborate with them. The Master Science in Technology and Innovation Management is designed for students who want to prepare themselves for the tectonic shift in the way we live and work going forward. Companies and organizations, of course, from private and public sector, already responding to the challenges of tomorrow, because innovation is the challenge of tomorrow. And of course, we need to understand the meaning of innovation first. Finally, the MTM covered that the needs in areas that are growing rapidly worldwide, as the previous speakers informed us. What is the duration of the MTM program? A full calendar year for 12 months, full time. How many credits has this program? The MTM program has 75 ECTS. Of course, I think that everybody here knows what ECTS include. Which are the curriculum of the MTM Master Program? For the Master students, required to attend a number of courses corresponding to 30 ECTS per semester, and of course, in the final, we have 15 ECTS for the master degree. Here you can see the courses on the semester A and semester B. As you can see, we have a lot of very interesting courses, like technology management and innovation, technology management and entrepreneurship, building and sustaining a successful enterprise, production and operation management, new product and service development, consumer behavior, innovation economics, managing innovation and business negotiations, legal aspects and entrepreneurship, inventions, intellectual property, big data, data analytics, business intelligence, and knowledge management. Of course, we have a very strong, here in the end, we have the practice. I think Harry will speak in more details for this next. What will be the language of the course? The language will be the English. Is there a possibility of distance learning? The answer is yes. Full and in some courses. Can someone attend only some courses and not the whole program? The answer is yes. Such a master program should not have any connection with business and industry. Certainly, it is one of our stronger cards here. Within the curriculum of MTM program will be carried out education visit and leaderships of approximately 100 hours in institute, research, centers, companies, and of course, our partner from Israel. Who will teach in the MTM? Of course, professors from our university, from Israel, and for many other universities around the world. Where the courses will take place and with what infrastructure facilities. All these responsibilities belong to our university, and the rector is intention to support very strongly this program. How many students will accept in LPM? 10 to 50 per year, both with physical participation in the distance. For those who don't know the university, this is the area of our university, and thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions. Of course, I know that there are a lot of questions, but it is not possible to answer all questions to them. Don't hesitate to contact us. We have a meeting and to discuss about the things. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I will complete. I forgot to upload one, right? So I will complete with some dimensions on the international side of the program, which is rather new for the environment here. So if you give me a second, just a second. So I will, obviously, as Nico said, it is an ongoing process. I'm learning for the first time the procedures of accreditation of programs in Greece, and I was told that we did a fantastic job by being able in a few months to put the program together. I'm more concerned about the quality of the program because we want to create here a really good program, and we are taking liabilities towards our international students which we want to bring here. So even if we need more time, from my side at least, we'll take the time as needed, but I think that we are actually ready to go. So at the time, the director will allocate us the resources and the faculty is ready, we will get started. Now, what we bring from our side into the program. First of all, we'll obviously first look into local resources. I mean, we would like to have the faculty of the various schools in the university and maybe from other universities in Crete to have the first refusal right to teach in the program. And I think that the majority of the faculty will be in the local. But wherever we need experts, we want to have top quality instructors here. So wherever we need, some of the courses here are quite unique. Where we'll bring either from Israel, from other universities, the top notch. For example, we build some courses in such a way that some modules will be given by local professors and some by other professors, so we can then manage the agenda, our agenda properly. And then it is also very important to work in teams. The program in innovation entrepreneurship is always about learning how to create a team as well around the problem and the solution. So we will actually, the thesis of the master program will be, most of the thesis will be creating a startup, actually, around the problem. And we want to have international teams together with the Greek students. So we will, or I actually have already agreements from universities, technology university in India, in China, in Uruguay, and in Germany to to send, once, if we allocate them places, and we want to allocate at least 10, 15 places for other students to come to the program as well. So that gives the dimension both on the side of the teaching and on the side of the demand as well. Part of the program is actually contains study visit in Israel. I mean, when they are in the phase of starting their projects, their final projects, we have a 3-week module when the students will come to Israel, will get classes, will meet entrepreneurs, will meet practitioners, will meet government people in charge of policy, so they can get a very broad picture of how we did it in Israel. However, please keep in mind that what we teach in this program is to do it the creative one, not the Israeli, not to copy the Israeli way, but to do it in their own ways. Right? So, being an international program, let's not forget that the Chinese students will go back to China and will have to implement what they learn here, there, in their environment. So it is an important element to expose them to various ways of doing the same thing in order to gain a certain goal. We will also offer the possibility, those who are doing their thesis or their final project, there will be actually projects, who can see in Israel, for example, in one of the center of expertise, of excellence, they will create the environment by giving them academic visas and whatever is necessary. The ambassador will facilitate this to come for and execute this program in Israel. So the 3 months thesis period might be eventually executed in Israel with the mentoring of an Israeli professor and and under the umbrella of an Israeli business, an Israeli company, right? And in addition, we will offer to those who are interested outside the program, but as a part of the offering, an extension of another term in Israel as an internship. So if the project they are implementing is, for example, in the field of software optimization for airlines, and we have a good software house there which is working exactly on this, we will make the connection and we'll offer them the possibility after graduating to do some practice for 3 months in Israel again. So as you see, it's very much linked into this concept of business. Business people will be part of the education. We, the professors, will go there, work in the field with the businesses. We will work wherever it is necessary. If the team will contain one Indian, one Uruguayan, and one Greek student, they may later on come together wherever, in Uruguay or India or here, in Bangalore maybe, and implement really what they learned here. So we do not see the diploma award in this program as the end of the process, right? We actually we talk about formation, not about education, because we want these guys to maybe come later and maybe compete with you here in, oh yeah, right, okay, all right. So there will be many walls in the winter. All right. Yeah, exactly, yeah, so that is good for everybody, we know this. So all this is what we're offering, I think. We believe that this is a unique program with a new, very, very intensive also. It's a pleasant place to spend 1 year studying, but it's going to be a very intensive program. So our students will know from the beginning that they will have little time for the beach because we demand from them very intensive. Such a program normally takes 2 years, and we want to make it both very competitive, both in terms of time the student has to spend and the cost of ownership. Okay, it's obviously for the entrepreneur to be. If it's 1 year earlier in the market by doing the regular stuff, that is a big ownership cost. The ownership cost is reduced very much. So yeah, I'm here together with Nikos to answer to any questions, but any good education program is good if it ends before lunch. So I think the food is a good incentive for any entrepreneur to end up here. So we'll be around, yes, to plan for. So thank you.
Now we may proceed with questions. So anybody has a question?
I have a question, I don't know, Martinis possibly. Are there going to be any fees for the students who enter this program? Can you tell us approximately? No, okay. Okay. And also, are there going to be available scholarships for students after the first semester? They are very good and what they have a good performance.
We try to find out. And I think that there is not to be good info.
The last one. We tried to find out some money in order to support the future student. And maybe in very short, we have some good answers for this.
We cannot hear you. Yes? No? A couple of things. There's no free lunch. I mean, the program is expensive. We have to cover the expenses, so there will be tuition. And I believe we will manage to get scholarships as well. So this should go together.
Any other question, maybe?
Thank you. I have a question for George, Mr. Kavara. You mentioned about the study that, not a study, but difference in performance between the developers in India and the developers here. Do you have actually concluded some metrics? Can you give us an essence on the difference on the performance metrics? Do you have any KPIs that, after your experience here, can be presented? Or?
Yeah, hello. Is the mic on? Okay, good. I don't have here KPIs with me that I can give you a slide on the wall, but yes, the overall productivity between Greece and India, we have 600% higher productivity in Greece than what we found in India. And the measure includes not only the speed at which you can develop and the number of people that you involve in a project. But we also have qualitative measures that come from code reviews and solution architectures and overall number of budgets that are generated when the developers write code. So when you account for all of these, the quality of the work that is produced here and the speed at which it is produced, and even though the number of people is a smaller number of people, increases a far better solution for us. Now, I'm comparing Greece to India, I'm not comparing Greece to Romania or Poland or, right, which I have no experience in, but I'm sure other people have experience and can teach me what's happening in those countries. But I'm very happy with what we have here. It's a very good thing that I've done to move my company here.
Good to this discussion. I can confirm this figure because if you read books on computational mechanics, the early books on finite elements, 80s, 90s, they confirm that there is a factor of 1 to 10 between the productivity of various people doing programming, not necessarily between Indians and Greeks, but between various persons.
Any other question?
That would be expected, would it not, with the development of technology?
Yes, this factor of 10 that you referenced to, does that consider the advances in technology, meaning the tools available to engineers 20 or 30 years ago as finite elements, were minimal at that time. Here we have a lot more advanced tools that would raise productivity. So I would question how much it would be productivity of the individual versus the technology available. Thank you.
The question is to me, George.
To the comment that
Thank you very much. I think we can discuss it after that, the coffee break or the lunch break, because it's a specialized topic, I don't think. But I agree with you that if you have better tools, and the tools are certainly better, in the meanwhile, your productivity is rising up, but you have to know what you are doing. Better tools do not mean that you are much more productive. I always tell it to my students, it's not like a refrigerator. If you have a good program, for example, it's not like a refrigerator. You put it in the electricity and you get the result you're expecting. You have to know what is hidden behind and how to use these smart tools. Okay.
I think Mr. Tsikis wants to have a word about it.
Thank you. One more question for you as well, because there are people here from the region of Crete as well, so some problems can be addressed. Besides your problems or your, let's say, I don't want to use the word okay, besides the problems with the Greek bureaucracy and the taxation system and all this stuff, did you find any lack of infrastructure? Because your decision in businesses is not only made on the tax system or the bureaucracy regarding the insurance system or whatever, but regarding infrastructure, buildings, ability to travel here, broadband, whatever. Did you have any other requests or anything that the region of Crete could do in order to attract more business like you? Thank you.
Well, I did not find any difficulty in locating space or even with today's economy, space here is cheaper than places anywhere else in the world. Things like internet could be better, but for our needs. So we're not in the telecommunication industry, and we're not hosting any data centers. So the issues of high availability don't really impact us the same way they would impact a hosting center. So I have no complaints about the infrastructure.
Yes, I have a question for you. Yes. We've made a calculation, a very rough one, that there must be something more than 5,000 software developers and engineers coming out from Greek universities and technical school every year.
Can I have their names, please?
Yes, I think we can manage that. However, I've received various claims, requests actually, from companies abroad, very innovative companies abroad, and some of them actually from Israel. And most of them ask for engineers, and mainly it was for software engineers, I must say. And most of them ask for people with experience of 3-4 years, not people directly from the university. So there is a gap there. And my question is, how did you manage that? I mean, I understood that you went directly to the university, and this was the way you managed to scale your developers, okay? Your base. So was that okay with you? The fact that they didn't have experience?
Well, we did not get, from the university, we did not get names of developers and engineers without experience. We got both. We got a number of people with a lot of experience, 10, 15 years. We got a lot of people with no experience. So you have a scale. When you build a team within an organization like ours, you have junior developers, you have developers, you have seniors, you have leaders, you have very experienced people. And it's like a pyramid. So as long as we have 4 or 5 very experienced, then we can hire 10 who are less experienced and 20 who are less experienced on the second row. And as they stay in the company and they grow, they gain the experience necessary, and we grow the pyramid that way.
So that was important for you?
No. We take juniors and fresh graduates. They have to pass a test. The MST has there made a test that's extremely difficult. So if they pass the test, they're hired immediately. And that's what we did when we did our recruitment drive a few months ago. We just invited everybody, 22 people came, and we said anybody who grades 80 or higher is hired. And we had 5 people because they graded 80 or higher.
Let me add that we could produce some best
I just said that we do produce some of the best programmers in the country. That helps.
I can vouch for that.
Thank you. My name is Sotiris Kamenopoulos. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Crete. A question to Her Excellency, the Ambassador, and perhaps the Rector. Are there any plans, designs, any dreams regarding the better cooperation and more cooperation between Greece through Crete and Israel regarding not just absolutely the Technical University of Crete, but jointly all the academic institutions in the island, together with jointly academic institutions, not separately, jointly, as a hub, for example, and create, let's say, a technological park in the island of Crete.
Well, the Ambassador already mentioned about the memorandum of understanding between the two countries, that has some actions for collaboration between companies and applied research. we do have collaboration currently, as you can see, with our Israeli friends on behalf of the Technical University of Crete. We also participate in an initiative at the Crete level between the institutions of Crete, like the university, the Technical University, fourth, the Foundation of Research, which is called CREAMI. It might be nice at some point, yes, to see some actions at the government, at the state level, or at the prefecture level that would support with some programs this initiative.
So yes, there are other collaborations between Israeli academic institutions and other academic institutions here in Crete, and it was mentioned that fourth has very good collaboration with Tel Aviv University. But this is purely academic. You are asking about applied. And here I think that we need a little bit more time, because one thing that I've encountered since I'm here, that there's lack of knowledge or familiarity between the business sectors in Israel and Greece. For many, and the reasons are plentiful. And of course, we can always blame the very fact that our bilateral relations were not so good until 6 years ago, that there was no encouragement from both governments to look at each other. But now we like to look at each other in very good magnifying glasses, and but we need a little bit more time. And I think that through programs as such, and with the very fact that even we started direct flights this summer from Tel Aviv to Hania. So this will bring a lot of Israelis to this place. And I can vouch for that on any flight from Tel Aviv to Hania, there are at least 50% startuppers, Israeli startuppers. So they will come here and look around. I'm quite sure about this. Second thing is that this venture was the creation of Israeli businessmen that are already located here, and they are in the room. They will introduce themselves later, I suppose. And they come with an idea to really bring a lot of such cooperations between Israel and Hania, and Israel and Crete, I think, at the end of the day. So we have to work on that. It will happen, I'm quite sure. And I'm quite encouraged to hear, because and as Alex was saying before, I didn't mention this in my words, but one of our intentions is really, Israel has major shortage of good engineers. Our university don't produce enough engineers as much as the market needs. So we outsource good engineering work in many other places around the world, mainly Ukraine, Russia, etc. And our idea is to see if we can outsource good engineering work here. And the very fact that there's a very good example, like Georgia's company, is very encouraging. So I suppose that this will be actually created, I hope, but we need a little bit more time for that.
Just a small addition to what the ambassador said, as an answer to our colleague. I'm Evangelos Kapitonakis, the president of the Technological Education Institute of Crete. Just 2 weeks ago, we had the inauguration of the new infrastructure for the School of Health. So we had 2 guests from the University of Haifa, the vice rector and a professor of Greek origin. And soon after they were here, they invited speakers in our function. We signed a memorandum of understanding for a cooperation between research and developing a master's program on sociology and social welfare. I'm sure going to see them again very soon, perhaps visit Israel and so on. So that's part of an answer to you, not in coordination with other institutions, but I'm sure our efforts will converge and come to a platform perhaps in the near future.
Another question? Anybody? I think we've finished with questions.
So maybe, because we do have a heavy program in the afternoon, I guess lunch will be ready. So maybe we take a break now. We'll have lunch at 1 o'clock instead of 1:30, and start at 2 instead of 2:30.
Since you had lunch, so I think it's time for it's not a good time for something very complicated. So this is actually a joint effort. It's an effort made by few people coming from different institutions and organizations, academic institutes and business as well. Here, those people are here present also. First of all, why tourism? Why we choose to make a tool for the tourism industry? Why tourism in Crete? Obviously, Crete is definitely one of the most popular holiday destinations in the whole world. Obviously, tourism industry is the most dynamic sector in Crete. It definitely participates in about 74%, almost 50% in the formulation of the GDP, and over 5 million arrivals every year have been recorded in Crete, approximately 2 million in the Western Crete, so figures can indicate the importance of the industry itself. On the top of that, the smart specialization strategy, as stated by the region of Crete, has a big challenge to support the transformation of tourism into high added value and knowledge-intensive activity. So there is a need, obviously, for entrepreneurial, innovative activities and decision-making to take place. There is a need also for policymakers to design coordinated strategies and actions for tourism management directly based on knowledge and information. Then a challenge arises, a challenge for us to understand. If you want to satisfy it, definitely you need current information. You need, first of all, to understand your position. Your position as a tourist destination, to understand the services provided, the tourist decision-making process, the characteristics and the perspectives of your visitors, the linkages and potential implications for other sectors, such as the agriculture sector. Still a question, the linkage among tourism and agriculture sector is still under question, of course. Also, a challenge is how to support and encourage a systematic approach for the decision makers in order to make decisions related to the enrichment of tourism services, the enhancement of Crite's uniqueness and authenticity, then development of other forms of tourism, which is always a question for tourists, for those involved in the tourism industry and also in other sectors all over Greece, and in Crete, of course. How you can diversify the tourism services based on the personal preferences for each visitor. Active tourism is a very modern concept, but how you can correspond as a businessman and as a policymaker in all these challenges. The synergy. A team of people coming from MAIC, actually the director of MAIC, I'm not quite sure whether he's here, Dr. Baurakis, the initiative, he had this initiative, and then he cooperated with the school, with the TUC, Technical University of Crete, Professor Zokounidis, some businessmen coming from the Hotel Owners Association of Hania, who realized the necessity and the challenge for such a tool, and some other collective bodies, Chamber of Commerce, the Economic Chamber of Crete, were actually those that contributed in this endeavor. Of course, there are many people also and many organizations that facilitate, many facilitators as we call, people that help for this endeavor to become a tool and a reality. Our attempt was financed by the region of Crete, co-financed actually. This is our tool. The key components are, you can see the key components over here, is an ongoing tourist behavior survey that is realized almost every summer. Then we also have to, we try to collect data and summarize the key figures of the tourist industry in Crete and mainly the Western Crete every year, and summarize the key characteristics of the destination and the service provided, also communicate with the stakeholders through publications, even through our reports, and also to try to have feedback of the stakeholders concerning what the expectations are with regard to our survey. The outcome is an effective and systematic recording and analysis of the visitors' traveling, spending behavior, destination, perception, demographic information, economic implications of their visit for the local societies, level of satisfaction, and many other figures related to the tourism industry. Actually, we're trying to map all the characteristics of the tourism industry in the Western Crete in order to give this information to businessmen and to policymakers. This is how it works. Almost every February, this is the month where we initiate our attempt, our endeavor, our tool. Almost every February we have something like short meetings with the hotel owners and some other key stakeholders. We also cooperate with the region of Crete in order to get some messages for them with regard to their expectations. And then this is where we start the preparation of our questionnaire. The questionnaire design takes place in March and April. We redesign the questionnaire, trying to encompass all the feedback coming from the different stakeholders. And we conduct the survey, analyze the data, and present late December, somewhere late winter. This is a circle. Actually, we receive feedbacks in each step of the circle. You can see also the partners, our contributors and facilitators, the Technical University Hotel Hania Association, Hania International Airport, and many others. Also, sorry, I want to come back and just explain that there are some steps, like the conduct of the survey, that now take place with the help of and the assistance of many students, basically Erasmus students. As you can imagine that you need a lot of human resources if you want to realize such a research. But we intend in the future to incorporate some automated procedures in order to enable and facilitate the whole tool. So our story so far, the Tourism Observatory is about 10 years old, but from 2013 starting to the present time, we started a large-scale survey, meaning about 4,000 questionnaires, completed questionnaires. The survey takes place at the airport, at the departure gate of the airport. The target group are passengers of scheduled chartered flights and low-cost flight companies. It's about 25, the passengers are coming from about 25 different countries. The questionnaire is translated into 9 languages to enable the passengers to answer faster. And as was already mentioned, we need the participation of many Erasmus students, internship students, and our students in order to complete the study. Just to give you an idea, last year we did many surveys in not only the airport, but in many other places around the Western Crete, Balas Lagoon, and Natura 2000 site, which is a very environmental sensitive area, overcrowded. We faced a lot of management problems lately. Samaria Gorge, 1,200 questionnaires, and Paleochora, 700 questionnaires. Paleochora is a very nice very popular touristic site on the south of Crete. These are some indicative issues surveyed over time. As I already mentioned, we try every year to change in a bit our questionnaire, the key issues survey, in accordance with the responses that we have from the key stakeholders. So some indicative issues surveyed over time, the changes in tourism and industry performance during the years 2008-2010, where we had a decline in tourist arrivals. Tourist preferences to local food quality product, which is a big question for the region and for the local society, of course. Samaria Gorge economic impact in the local economy, the establishment of Ryanair base at Hania International Airport, the all-inclusive effect, the management of sensitive environmental areas, lately the B&B impact to the hotel industry. Now some key findings in all these years, from starting 2012 to 2015, last year. Hania is a popular family destination, 66% prefer to stay in hotels and less in rooms to let. 60% are ranked as high income, I mean the visitors. The all-inclusive package is chosen by 1/3 of the visitors, and just choose some of them. And 93% express a loyalty to a brand of destination, a really important figure, I suppose. Just to also another example of our findings, the question, why did you choose Western Crete for your vacation? Probably many of you would actually agree with the answer. So the majority, of course, prefers Hania, choose the Western Crete because of the nature, the natural conditions and the climatic conditions. And then what comes second? Local food and gastronomy, reasonable cost, reasonable prices, and safety. Now, to the future, definitely we have a lot of plans, but I think the director would, because he has many plans, more than I have, with regard to all this tourism observatory. But some of them are to upgrade our tourism observatory into an operational store of our data. So as we'll be able to support and encourage the decision-making process for existing businesses, highlight new business opportunities, there are many actually in the tourism industry, strengthen the linkages with other sectors, which is always a question, and this is very important for us, given the nature of because we are a Mediterranean Agronomic Institute, so first of all, we are very much concerned on the agricultural sector, of course, and the promotion of local food quality products, but it's still a question how the farmers and the producers can actually explore these visitors and these channels through the tourism. Provide a base for a new policy and strategy design. And definitely we want to replicate and expand the survey in other touristic destinations. as far as we get some financing, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We can now proceed to the mission schedule. Okay, can you hear me? Okay. I guess you all know Eurobank. Eurobank is one of the few, actually 4 left systemic banks in Greece. Also present in our region in Cyprus, Bulgaria, Romania, Serbia, and Ukraine. Eurobank has recently started and continues a large transformation project towards a digital transformation, which is run by Group Economy. Part of preparing for the next stage of the Greek economy, part of the transformation project of this transformation project is the digital transformation, which is run by the Group Banking General Division, aspiring to position Eurobank as a digital leader in Greece and Southeast Europe. This new division aims at creating unique and personalized digital experiences through an innovative state-of-the-art digital offering powered by advanced data analytics. In order to empower the innovative trades in its operations, Eurobank Digital Banking has launched an innovation center which monitors, tests, and promotes new technologies and digital best practices, participates in the startup ecosystem, and through hackathons and similar events, it motivates innovative teams to create fintech products and services to be utilized by the bank. Sotiris Trimakezis is a then general manager and the chief digital officer at the Eurobank Group. He supervises electronic banking channels. Retail analytics and multi-channel commercial campaigning, as well as digital marketing, retail customer experience, the bank-wide digital transformation program, as well as Eurobank's newly established innovation center. Prior to Eurobank, Sotiris served 15 years at Piraeus Bank Group as the director of electronic banking and general manager of retail banking and electronic businesses. Sotiris is well known in the IT ecosystem in our country, but also since he's a pioneer as a founder of Winbank, which is probably the most successful and innovative family of electronic banking channels and services in our country in Southeast Europe. During his time at the Piraeus Banking Group, he has also served as a board member in various subsidiaries of the group, as well as large Greek corporations. Sotiris, as many others in the IT industry, has a degree of the computer scientist in the University of Crete. Okay, please.
I started to feel very embarrassed after all this long introduction about myself. So, thank you all for being here. Instead of being at the beach swimming, it's a very important honor for me. In Eurobank, we love innovation. That's why the previous weekend we ran a hackathon, which was called Beyond Hackathon. A hackathon is an event where people gather, create ideas, and then they develop their ideas into tangible products, technology products like websites, mobile applications, robots, and so on. I'm doing all this introduction because I'm waiting for this video to be loaded, and it refuses to do so. So, this is the Maria, I'm sorry. The laptop has delayed us. This is the video. So, this presentation is about how banks deal with innovation, especially how this bank, your bank, deals with innovation, and more specifically through digital banking. I am the Chief Digital Officer of the bank for the group of companies, and a Chief Digital Officer is a new species on planet Earth, and I'm the unique representative of this species in this country. Chief Digital Officers are responsible for bridging technology and business in order to create value for the customer. Our customers are not exactly how we are. So we think about how we can profit. The customers, people think about how they can just get a benefit. We think about economic value, our customers think about personal value. We think about products and we push them. People think about how they're going to get treated by us because we are a service company. So we're trying to force people to become something that they're not. And people don't like when we do so. So we have to better understand how they think. This is an innovative approach on how to serve customers. So actually what we do usually is that we take an inside-out approach. We take the existing systems and we try to force them into our customers' lives. While we should do exactly the opposite, we should take the outside-in approach, start thinking about how our customers think, and then help them do business with us. In order to do this, we have to digitize our operations. We have to turn our business strategy into a user experience. We have to examine customer behaviors, and we have to define the target user behavior. This is a practical way to deliver unique digital experiences to retail banking customers. Moreover, the current banking business model is not what it should be. Right now, what we're doing is that we try to locate customers in our branches, very few moments. A customer visits the branch once every 3 months, if ever, and then we try to push them some huge products like an insurance contract, like a mortgage loan, and so on. While with the technology that is currently offered, we can have micro-interactions, a lot of micro-interactions, and push the appropriate small products, small services to the customers during all these micro-interactions. For example, a typical online banking session lasts for about 10 minutes, if they ever do so. And what customers do during this online banking session is that they interact with data and then they execute payments. They dedicate very little time regarding product management or product consideration. We have to turn this around. We have to help people spend their time in online banking by giving them insights about their own financial lives and by letting them consider our products and services more, because this is going to turn into a more important bottom line for the bank. For example, our customers interact with us 11 times a month during online banking, with online banking, and we can make it 10 times more that through mobile banking. So actually we have to embrace mobile as the platform in order to let our customers use it and let our bank grow the interactions exponentially. In order to do that, we have to get some examples out of other industries. So if you take, for example, the airline industry, they have entered the mobile moments of their customers' lives in a very impressive way. So you don't deal with your flight only when you fly. You deal with your flight 2 days before, 2 hours before. You even deal with your flight 2 hours after the flight or 2 days after the flight. This is a way of thinking that financial institutions have to also embrace in order to better serve their customers. And we have to give our customers quality time. For example, we give them data, lots of numbers and figures and so on, raw data. We have to turn them into a meaning for their customers. And then from the meaning we have to go to the context. And from the context we have to go to the applied usage of this data. Move from data to information, and then to knowledge, and then to wisdom. And when we think about digital experiences, we don't have to compare ourselves to other banks in Greece, to other banks in Southeastern Europe, not even to other banks in Europe or the world. We have to think about the last application that our customer opened. If that last application is WhatsApp, Facebook, Uber, and so on, this is what defines a digital experience of our customer. And Uber, since I mentioned that, is the largest taxi company in the world, and they don't own taxis, cars. Facebook is the largest media owner, and they don't create their own content. And Airbnb is the largest accommodation provider, and they don't have any real estate themselves. This is a phenomenon that has started to impact the banking sector. So we have very small digital companies, digital disruptors as we call them, who go between our customers and the banks. And what they do is that they bite a little of our revenues and of our business as time goes by. There are large players like Google and Amazon, but there are also many, many small players who are very good at providing better customer service. They meet the customer needs that we don't meet and so on. There must be some 13,000 around the world right now, and they get the attention of investors. A figure that I have, a recent one, is about 5.5 billion euros that have been invested during the first quarter of this year. And they are also present in the banking system in Greece. Number 26, for example, is a German bank that is also present in Greece. They present themselves as a local bank. This is what a Greek guy sees when he or she wants to open an account, number 26. And you can open an account from your couch, 11 o'clock at night, in 10 minutes, and you get an IBAN, International Bank Account Number, for an account that has been opened in a German bank. That's why the CEO of BBVA is one of the largest banks in Europe, said that in the future BBVA will be a software company. And it's not unusual for CEOs of banks and financial institutions to make declarations like this. So, what it means for us in Europe? We have a vision to become the best digital bank in Southeastern Europe. And we're going to do this by creating a mobile-first digital offering that's going to be characterized by a lot of innovation, personalization, and so on. Our strategy involves delivering digital experiences, extremely digitizing the organization, continuous innovation, and big data and advanced analytics. So we define our touch points, our customer journeys, and then we try to find how we're going to digitize them and so on. And then eventually we create 7 separate units that deal with digitization. We have digital channels, which is e-banking and mobile banking, self-service banking, which is ATMs and call center. Then we have the digitization program that digitizes the back-end processes. We have digital marketing, customer experience management, the innovation center, and analytics and campaigns. These are the 7 units that digital banking is comprised of. Now, what about innovation, entrepreneurship, the most common word today, and the startup mentality? We have to start thinking like a startup. We have to start thinking like a digital disruptor. We have to focus on our own customers' needs that are unmet. We have to think like a startup, like an ecosystem player. We don't have to be hostile to the startups. We have to embrace them. We have to innovate the adjacent possible. It's very small innovations and not only large innovative products. Experiment with new business models, maximize the use of existing technology, don't wait for the next one, and then choose speed over perfection, place a few selected bets, and of course, be ruthless about the liabilities. And believe me, banks during the crisis have developed lots of liabilities that have to be resolved. This innovation culture means that we have to copy ideas wherever we find them. There's nothing original. We have to copy ideas, create new ones, and this, whatever we create, will be authentic. Authenticity is what matters. We have to create stuff very quickly. We have to have a better time to market because we don't have to wait for our customers to tell us what to do. We have to take whatever we have and make it better. Don't stop where we have something, take it from that point on. During this process, this is a very difficult process, we have to be prepared to have a lot of complaints by other people inside the bank mainly. But sometimes they're useful and we have to take their comments under consideration. We have to combine people with different approaches, different techniques, different training and so on in order to be really innovative. We have to show respect to people that disagree with us, but at the same time we have to fight for our own ideas. We have to accept mistakes, we have to encourage failure, and we don't have to punish failure. And because whatever we do in this sense, this defines our culture, and our culture is our bank. That's why we have created an innovation center. We have to cultivate and promote innovation inside the bank. How are we going to do this through the innovation center? We're going to have an observatory, and people there are going to examine best practices, technologies and stuff around the world, find them, bring them inside, test them, and select a few of them and infuse them into our digital banking offering. We have to encourage open, collaborative innovation, especially through crowdsourcing. And this way we can have customers and employees cooperate to build our new generation of products and services. And last but not least, we have to be very active in the startup community. We have to be close to the brain capital that is out there. And in order to do that, we have to have competitions, hackathons, find people over there and then incubate them and help them accelerate and create their own companies. There we have EGG, and Mrs. Rula Bachtalyan, the program manager, will give you a lot of details a little later. And that's why we ran the hackathon that I showed you in the beginning of this presentation. With the hackathon and with all the hackathons that are going to follow, because we're not going to stop with the first one, we are providing a banking API. We are the second bank, one of the two banks in Greece that provide a banking API. What is a banking API? Banking API is a way to externalize data and functionality of the bank, allow third parties to use our data, to use our customer data, use our functions, like for example, pay with a credit card, deposit an amount and so on. Let them use this data in order to create their own products and services, mobile applications and so on, allow them to make money out of our own customers, and allow them to create services and products that we're going to build and that we're going to use and give them to our own customers. So we have to offer, we will offer the best things, this acceleration and incubation facilities. We want to help them get incorporated and get properly financed. We don't have an investment vehicle right now, but we are examining ways to create one. Another way is to adapt the final product and promote it to our own customers, and another way is to acquire talent. Because there is a lot of talent out there is a lot of unemployment out there, and we want to make something in order to bring people inside, utilize them for the good of the bank and its customers, but also at the same time make a very small move to reduce unemployment in Greece. So we aspire to become the catalyst for the creation of a new fintech scene in Greece. We have just started, it's a long journey, but we strongly believe we're going to make it. And we believe a lot on digitization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting. I don't know if we can accept questions now or we can wait later. I don't know if you have any questions. Nothing, okay. So let's proceed to Alexandros Roustas, who is the Managing Director of IKPility. IKPility is a corporate business incubator which is founded by the Quest group of companies. They provide angel funding, high-quality mentorship, business networks, and supporting services to high-potential startups. Every year they invest in a few companies, typically between 2 and 4, an amount of 25 to 100,000 euros in pre-seed and seed stages. Alexandros, who runs the program and manages the relationship with mentors, partners, and investors. During his career, he has served several operations and business roles in various SME companies in the ICT sector. He holds a diploma in electrical engineering from the National Technical University of Athens and a master in business administration. Please welcome Alexandros on board.
All right, hello everybody. I'm pleased to be here with you. First of all, I'd like to ask the audience, how many of you are already founders? Do we have any founders in the audience? 1, 2, 3, 4, of course. And how many of you are aspiring to be founders in the future, in the near future? 1, 2, okay. We have 6 or 7 founders, which is good, which is good. Okay, I manage Accountability, and Accountability is a business incubator who actually is founded by a Greek corporate. And the corporate is Quest Holdings. It's actually a holdings company which is already listed in the Athens Stock Exchange since 2000. And there are many companies belonging, acquired, or founded by Quest Holdings, and most of them are in the ICT sectors. So we have companies doing distribution, such as InfoQuest or iSquare, which is the distributor of Apple Greece. We have companies in the solutions, integrated solutions sector, IT sector, which is Huge Systems, addressing banks, big multinationals, public companies, and they're also doing a lot of software development. We have companies in e-tail, such as TUC and iStore, which is actually the Greek Apple stores. And we have some companies in other sectors, like the courier ACS, you must have heard of it, or companies in e-payments, like CardLink, which was acquired last year. So the company has actually a history in mergers and acquisitions, and some good exits also in the past. But during the last year, we're also interested in taking minority stakes. So within the last 3 years, we did 2 minority investments in a company doing cloud ERP, which is Nubis, and another one doing electronic invoicing, which is Impact. But then we said, we saw a lot of movement actually in the startup ecosystem in Greece, which was something that was not happening during the, 4 or 5 years ago and back. So we said we should do something about it. I mean, we should do something about the startup ecosystem in Greece. We should participate in it, and we should see what can we offer and what can we gain from it. So we founded Accountability, which is actually something between an incubator and an angel fund. So yes, we offer angel capital, but we offer other things as well. We're offering a space in our offices. We're offering some of our resources, either accounting, legal resources, but also a lot of advisory by people in the organization. And we're trying to open our business networks to the startups in such a way to help them accelerate their process. Financing. We have 2, let's say, stages of financing that Accountability address. It's what we call pre-seed stage of financing, By pre-seed, we mean the stage where the company is has actually built a working prototype and tries to validate their business model. So it tries to find some first users or first customers that would actually be interested to use and buy their products. And by seed stage, we mean the stage which is after it, exactly after it, and it's the stage where the company actually builds a product and has already found the market fit, and they actually try to prove that they can scale. The tickets we give are at the pre-seed stage and are from 25K to 100K. And we love co-investments. So, okay, at the pre-seed stage, doesn't make sense to do co-investments when you should invest amounts like 25 or 50K. But at the next stage, which is seed stage, we like to co-invest with other angel investors or with some seed funds. We don't do a lot of companies every year. We do 2 to 3 companies. The amount we have to invest every year is around 150,000 euros, up to 200,000 euros. And of course, there's always the opportunity for the holdings company to follow on. Now, what we search for? We search the same things as all angel investors and VC funds do. So first of all, we search for great teams. Great teams meaning, first of all, teams that are willing to take risks. Teams where the founders are investing themselves, their time, they commit themselves. Sometimes they have already left their full-time jobs, well-paid jobs sometimes, and they're committed to the product. They should have complementary skills. And we prefer companies where the founder, one of the founders somehow relates to the target market of the startup. This is a very good thing to have. Big markets. Angel investing and seed capital is a very risky thing. They say there's a 10% probability of success, but statistically this is more likely to happen at the Series A VC stage, which is 1 million investment and more. So at the seed stage, success rate is usually less than 10%. So you need to have this 1 or 2, the most success stories, that will bring you all the money that you will lose from the other 90-95%. And in order to do that, the company should target a very big market. We also ask from the companies to have different approaches. They don't actually have to invent the wheel every time, but they have to have, a secret sauce, a secret flavor that would help them scale, that will help them have customers that will love their product and scale fast. And also, we want companies that have already built a working prototype. And please have that in mind. Most of the investors need to see something. I mean, the ages where somebody could raise money with a PowerPoint most probably have passed, unless he has already founded 2 or 3 companies and made a couple of IPOs. So we need to have a working, company should have a working prototype, and this prototype shows a lot. The first thing that it shows is the skills and the commitment of the founders. So that's all. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions? Any questions?
How much have you invested so far?
Total within the last 3 years, it's close to 200,000 euros.
Yes. You target most at the software or hardware prototypes?
Sorry? Software, hardware?
Yeah.
We're doing software. We're doing software because hardware needs a lot of money and it's not actually within our expertise.
Any other questions?
Is that mandatory? I mean, if someone has an idea other than software?
No, it's not mandatory, but usually he will not fit to the case. Yeah, but not overall.
Okay. You should ask questions, actually. These guys have the money, so... now, please welcome here Rula Bastalia, who is the program manager of the Eurobank EGG program, as mentioned by Sotiris Marquez before. EGG stands for Entergrowth Go, and it's an integrated incubation, acceleration, and working program, a corporate social responsibility initiative of Eurobank, which is designed and implemented in cooperation with Coralia. Rula is working is working in senior positions in the field of sales and marketing for more than 25 years. She has a postgraduate degree in business administration from the UK. She is certified marketeer of the Chartered Institute of Marketing and certified project manager from the International Project Management Association. So, please welcome here.
Good afternoon to all of you, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. I would like to thank you first for the invitation and your attendance today. I'm very pleased to be here in Kanya. For many years, when I was working in the sales field for a telecom operator here in Greece, Cretan businesses and professionals were the first to ask for collaboration, along with the people from the academic community, involving new technologies and products, testing together and launching our solutions here in Crete before going national. So according to our statistics at that time, I believe nothing has changed since then. Crete remains the business territory that understands and adopts first new technologies and innovation, and I'm sure for that. Today I'm here as program manager for the EGG Entrepreneurship Go program to talk only about good news as previous speakers and good things instead of mumbling about crisis and negative issues, okay? All right. First I need to explain that the EGG is the acronym of Entrepreneurship Go, a wonderful journey into entrepreneurship. Young people from 18 to 44 years old of Greek nationality submit their proposal by answering 4 basic questions about their entrepreneurial idea. What is the innovation they offer? How viable and sustainable they believe this idea is? Who and why will be part of the team? And when they plan to shape them into a business vehicle. Program EGG has a prerequisite for those teams to form a legal entity, a company, within the first 3 months from their entry to the program. After an assessment period of 1.5 months, and after 4 assessment phases, the most brilliant entrepreneurs enter mid-June the program, working on becoming legal entities until the end of September. At the second phase, Grow, the entrepreneurial journey begins, offering those startups the opportunity for 12 months to flourish and create the conditions for finalizing their product or even having their first MVP, and why not, to raise their first funding and issue their first invoice within the year. Participation in the program is completed mid-June next year, and those fresh entrepreneurs opt for financing their businesses, selecting among funding tools provided by Eurobank, I will explain shortly later on, or other networking funding providers, or even seek funding on their own, leveraging their participation in the EGG alumni ecosystem. 5 of those EGG startups have the opportunity to remain at the program as residents for 1 more year and work as peer-to-peer mentors with the newcomers of the next cycle. One of them is Citigroup, that gained the award being part of the Start Tel Aviv 2016 pitching competition this year. Our objective at the egg is for every company to be able to build their products by the time of the go phase, thus marking an initial success and enter the phase of maturity. Nikitas Despotidis, who is working for EY and is mentor at the egg, explains that due to economic crisis, we are forced to demonstrate a new set of soft skills like out-of-the-box thinking, creativity, stamina and resilience, as well as exceptional technical or entrepreneurial skills as a consequence of our entry into the new digital economic era. What finally is EGG all about? EGG is an integrated incubator, an incubation acceleration co-working program with two main goals. First, to work on establishing a vibrant startup ecosystem in Greece, encouraging young entrepreneurs to bring innovative ideas and closely collaborate with those teams willing to join the startup community to emerge and thrive. And second, to create jobs for young people who are struggling with unemployment, boosting the brain gain capital. The EGG is a corporate social responsibility initiative by Europe designed and implemented in cooperation with Coralia, as we said before, a 100% CSR program. That means it doesn't either put capital money to the companies or requires any return. The EGG does not involve anyone or any service provided or other. As stated by Xenia Kurtoglu, a very experienced person in market research, founder and president of Focus Bari, and I'm a mentor, of course, the substantial knowledge and guidance that EGG gives to the startups is very important in order to secure the startup progress and stimulate entrepreneurs' drive and passion for their company. Of course, we endorse this statement. Good news. Okay. It's very clear. 31 new startups have just entered EGG last week. The fourth cycle began, and we at the EGG are very surprised as we just realized that those 31 startups are very committed, very focused and enthusiastic for being incubated in the program EGG. Cross fingers. I hope this is not the honeymoon effect and after 1 or 2 months they quit the program or give up their idea. As you see in the slide, we have 9 companies, teams, startups in tourism, 70 in the ICT business and security sector. We have 4 companies in the Internet of Things kind of stuff, 3 in medical, pharma and biotechnology, another 3 in culture and gaming, 2 in social entrepreneurship, 2 in agricultural technology, and 1 in energy and architecture. I'm not sure what exactly they would like to want to be. Mentor Mr. George Zanzephilis, who used to work for Intrasoft as general manager, and now he is working for a big group of payment systems, has a deep understanding of gaming, of course, and technology, believes that the emerging sectors of the global economy are Internet of Things, FinTech, and smart information systems, something that Mr. Sinakis has already explained in details in his speech. Results. First, we have EGG alumni. From EGG alumni since 2013, three cycles, 75 working teams entered the program, and now we have 63 incorporated companies. From those 63 companies, we have more than 1.5 million euros as sales revenues till February 2015. 7 of them raised equity funding, more than 1 million euros. 12 of them has already have the European financing product. I will explain later on what that means. We have 7 companies that have patents. Those 63 teams make a new hires of 130 persons, so we help him. It's okay, on average 2 persons each team, but 130 persons find a job. And we have 45 synergies among teams, and 15 women in business is something that we would like to mention here. Mentor Vasilis Trapezarglou, a well-known expert in the ICT industry, says that the encouragement that the EG shows to those people is accomplished by a number of quality services that help to avoid user difficulties, which startups face in their premature early stage and facilitate successful decision making, and we believe it's true. EG facilities with fully functional and perfectly equipped collaborative office spaces near the center of Athens, in which the new entrepreneurs remain for the entire period of their participation in the program. The EG facilities provide modern technological infrastructure, suitable premises for the provision of mentoring, support services and entrepreneurship training. The facilities also provide collaborative spaces aimed at promoting the exchange of ideas, networking with the research centers and businesses, enhancing collaboration to achieve economies of scale and supporting joint initiatives. Mentoring. Through a network of distinguished and established personalities from the fields of economy and science, the program provides mentoring in business development to each participating startup company. Mentors with experience and business background offer advice and guidance to the challenges that young entrepreneurs are facing, in direct and regular contact with them based on the progress of the implementation of their business plan. Supporting services, the one-stop shop services as you see here. The program offers support services to effectively address issues of business operation and development tailored to the needs of each startup, such as financial consultancy, networking with investment schemes, accounting and corporate governance, human resources management, corporate identity and communication, intellectual property, rights protection and legal issues, and of course technical support. The business training. We run 73 EG bootcamps in total, a predetermined intensive training program tailored to the needs of those startups. This program lasts for 3 months and covers a total of 12 modules which support their capacity and skills in project management, corporate communications, as we said before, digital marketing, business plan development, sales techniques, financial management, all this kind of thing. We host the Startup Safari each year. We have open days, business days, investor days, everything in order to influence, train, and open their mind in order to be able to be mature companies after the 1 year. In addition to the above, of course, distinguished instructors and practitioners are regularly invited to provide ad hoc lectures, etc. Very important, and financing tools. The goal is to give the best possible framework so that young entrepreneurs can dedicate themselves to the realization of their business plan in the first critical stage of their development, and to make the most of the other benefits provided by the program, particularly those who require physical presence. The startups are offered financial advisory services in order to identify the appropriate funding programs to cover the business operating costs and finance the implementation of the development part of their business plan. Relevant support is provided by officers of the program from Eurobank with knowledge and experience in the field, who also help them to network with potential customers and strategic partners. Eurobank financing tools for working capital needs and capital expenditure have been designed to support business operations and development of their companies in order to strengthen their economic viability, very important, at all stages of incubation and beyond, and ultimately help them evolve into an alumni member. The Eurobank funding tool is addressed to all the teams that have completed any of the phases of the program, has very low interest rates, long tenure, and a grace period that may reach 3 years. In addition, no further collateral is required by the bank. The conditions for the financial support are the originality of the product, the good good rating of the company based on a key performance indicator system we have in the program, and the favorable opinion of the mentor assigned to each of them. EG has implemented an adoption program, a networking project connecting the startups with the prospective customer base. Additionally, workshops and roundtable events with venture capitalists and business angels offer opportunities for capital participation. And last but not least, a special reward program has been designed for assisting companies in their first steps with grants according to its KPIs. Let us not, of course, forget the people who have contributed since the beginning of the program. Nothing could happen without the support and the sponsorship of the leaders of the market in each industry, our sponsors and supporters. What we do here at the EG can be summed up in one sentence. We convert new ideas into innovative enterprises. That's all good news as promised. Thank you.
Any questions?
I have a question for both Alexandros and Arula. What's the output so far? How many companies have you incubated so far?
Can you hear me? Well, we've incubated 10 companies at the moment. And the output of those 10 companies is that there are actually 2 companies doing very, very well. One is actually partnering with an Israeli company. I would say it's close to the end game, that is being acquired or do something big. Another one is being accepted by Y Combinator in the Silicon Valley, which is the top accelerator fund of the Silicon Valley. There are other 3 or 4 companies doing fairly okay. And there are 2 companies that one is already there and the other one is about that.
How many have actually failed? I mean, they give up. 2 of them. That's in a period of 3 years.
Yeah, usually when you enter so early, the cycle is something between the exit that I made, which could be an acquisition or something else, or it's usually 5 to 7 years. And usually the death comes first.
Okay.
So the failures come first.
What about the exit?
As I told you,
Μιλάω και για ένα άλλο πρόβλημα. Έχω εντόλια φωνή. Sorry for that for the glitch. Okay, it started 2013. The cycle is 1 year, so we have already finished the 3rd year. Now we have 63 companies in life out of the 75 of those 3 years. And today, last week, we welcome 31 companies. So we believe that early September we will have a milestone of quite near to 100 companies. Okay, the revenues from the first 3 cycles have exceeded the 1.5 million euros as I showed before. And okay, at this moment the majority operates in the domestic and foreign markets.
Okay. Can I ask, I don't know if you have the statistics, but you certainly have a gut feeling. Do you know what's the average age of the founders of this company? 30s, 20s, 50s, whatever.
For the first 3 cycles, the openers was for 18 to 40 years old, and the average age was quite. It was near to 28 to 26 to 28. That's the average age
came posted in the program. For this cycle, the fall, because we opened the sector to 44 years old, we saw also a maturity of ideas and, as I said before, a very good commitment. And we saw also teams for 2 or 3 persons, not only 1 person. We have an average of 33 to 35. That's very good.
Okay.
Really. I mean, it shows that they are focused on doing business. That's what we want to do.
What about sorry.
Average age should be 27 or between 27 and 28, but I would say that the best bets are 27 and above.
Why
the best bets. Because they are more experienced, they work out there, sometimes they work at the same industry they now address. Perhaps they push themselves harder because the years.
Did you see a mixture of ages and profiles? I mean, young people teaming up, see more senior people and proposing ideas.
Yeah,
is that a good mixture?
Yeah. Sometimes the business persons are older and the developers are younger. It's a good mix.
And their profiles, are they engineers or experts in IT or whatever? Or is it just...
the developers are always engineers and out of technical schools, I mean. And business persons sometimes are engineers themselves, involved to business. And there are a couple of cases that they have nothing to do. But in this case, when they have nothing to do with software development, sometimes hard to find their co-founders or control the product. So okay, that's themselves.
Thank you. What's the question?
At the moment, we have the address 1,400 square meters building. We tried to do something in Thessaloniki, but unfortunately, we didn't miss out, a good infrastructure for incubating there. We are very close and we discuss a lot with communities and institutions all over Greece. And maybe, I don't know, if we will have something more serious to discuss next year. Maybe next year means early January. It's very close. Because on mid-February, we opened the proposal for the new cycle, the 5th cycle. So we are very close to estimate what exactly we can do. I'm not sure, I don't have something to say right now. We tried to do something north in Greece, but unfortunately, it's exactly that.
We also examined the various possibilities of cooperating with universities in many ways, like for example by assigning projects, by giving data, by participating maybe inside the university, outside the university, and so on. And we just started and we want to just fill the interest in the organizations.
Our space is in Athens. We're not planning to expand to another city as far as our space is concerned. However, since we do angel investments, and it's not always mandatory for the companies to stay and work every day at our places, we've done, and actually we are considering at the moment companies from Patras, for example. So they will be founded there and kind of invest on them and virtually incubate.
I think Harry gets
First a question for Rula. So you will have, let's say, so if I
so if my arithmetics are still good enough, you'll have some probably 80 companies simultaneously co-working in the same 1,500 space, right? So I would assume there will be like maybe 10 to 15 fields in which several startups work simultaneously, right? Like fintech or something. So how do you deal with the intellectual property issues? Do you encourage them to cooperate and share development, or do you separate them because that is what they created? That is the first question, but I will come to the second question after.
As you mentioned, we are industry agnostic. I mean, we are not clustering industries, so we are not focused on specific industries. But of course, as you saw from the sectors that finally getting in the program for the fourth cycle, it is the same also for red cycle, for the alumni. So we have tourism, we have medical and pharma, as I told you, ICT and business. In the same cycle, I mean, the same year, the intake, we're trying first of all to separate, because we have a building of 3 floors. So we are trying to separate on, industries. It is a co-working space. We do a lot of things, first of all, in training. We have MP Legal, one of our supporters who comes and speaks about intellectual property, etc. They are very open because they would like all of them to communicate and share ideas and knowledge. Yesterday we have our first, and everybody would like to share the know-how they have. They don't want to close and to be mysterious. They want to open because it's something out of space. It's something that somebody else maybe is doing the same, and they would like to share experience. So we enforce these discussions, and we enforce also communication, roundtable communication and discussion with the other alumni, all the other companies that already left the program, but they are in the same industry. As I wrote, if you notice, we had 45 synergies among them. That means they shared 1 hour or experience, but in a contract, within a contract, not just sitting and sharing ideas. This is not a synergy. And we elaborate on sharing, and to do things together, because this is something that they will help them to scale up earlier, knowing from the other.
So I agree and support actually, right? So you are actually supporting open innovation. I just suggest to put it as one of your branding elements, because it's something modern, new, refreshing, and it must be done clearly that entrepreneurs incubated in your incubator will actually take advantage by sharing the knowledge and getting sooner to the market at low cost. This is the advantage.
Yes, and as I told you, we are doing a lot of synergies with the customer base of the bank, going with an executive from Eurobank with the startup to the customer and startup bonds and discuss together. Eurobank also has some cooperation with those teams, and we would like to increase synergies for the sake of Eurobank, I mean as an organization, but also for the sake of those companies that they would like to go to open a customer pipeline for their viability.
You want to add something? So now there is a question for maybe more than one. There is a problem with any incubator everywhere. Incubators are very clear on the acceptance criteria, right? So it's how entrepreneurs enter into the incubator is made very clear. However, the problem is how do they exit? Where do they go? There is a very mature venture capital market there, then they will probably go to resemble VCs, but this is not the case in Bristol, what I understand. So do you have any ideas how to solve this here? I mean, it's very important for incubatees to have an exit door from the beginning to know which they are taking. Do you have any? Well, this is a problem globally, but I'm curious to see how do you deal with this.
As I told you, maybe the corporate responsibility initiative and we know that we are weak on the go phases, and the go, we are putting entering them, we are putting growth in, we are not weak to not let them go. So yes, we are thinking of ways to establish an investment option. Before we do that, we allow them to tell these few investments that are invested in research for the previous year and this year. We have the journey funds that are available right now, and they have not been invested, not all of them. So we have to make use of that, plus some other initiatives, some other private investments, and so on. But in general, what we try to do is to build a getting corporation, and then let them find their own way. So we know we're missing something there, we try to make us.
But as you saw, we have already some of the companies are taking the financing tool of Eurobank. So, because they are starting already having their first customers and they scale up in a slower way. And yes, but we are very considerate. We do all these kind of things, events of meetings, POs, door and round table contribution and discussion with investors per industry, in order to understand better the market, etc. But yes, as said, it is not very clear.
In our case, almost 60% of the companies have raised next stage funding. Most of it is from local seed funds. Percentage is from angel investors, either from Greece or from the US and Greek Americans actually, which invest money. And in one case, actually in two cases, one already done and the second one we're considering. The follow-on investor is us, among other, when I say us, I mean the holding company. We invest in the startup. So it's not very mature, yes, but we're doing our best.
Just a suggestion again, as I can't say, but since you are anyway at the beginning and do something new, maybe you should consider the newest ways like crowdfunding. This gentleman here is one of the experts. Maybe you should create your own platform, maybe as a syndicate, and let them go this way. Okay, they have to leave the parents pretty early, so you better let them go.
I must add that we also cooperate at some point. In some cases, for example, there's a company in the bioinformatics sector starting from tech. Then they raised money from us, and now they are raising money from a local VC and from another local pharmaceutical company. So, we're kind of cooperating.
To me, it sounds like if you might build your own platform. I don't know, I'm not an expert, but it sounds like okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for being here. Now we can move on to the next session, which is titled Paradigm Shifts and Driving Trends. I think we have 4 very interesting cases here. All of these have been connected with the university. They are either alumni or active members, current members of the university. So, please, gentlemen, Mr. Magakis, Mr. Ballas, Mr. Marakoutakis, and Mr. Paterakis, come upstairs. next is probably one of the most successful cases of a Greek startup, Workable, which was founded just a few years ago. It certainly takes courage and some special blend of character to quit from a 6-digit paying job when the crisis is burning furiously around you. In order to pursue the dream, Spiros and Nikos, his partner, are the guys who founded Workable just a few years ago, but they did exactly that. A guy from Israel, Yuri Levine, who is co-founder of Waze, used to say that fall in love with the problem. Spiros graduated from the EC Department of Technical University of Crete in '97 and started pursuing opportunities in California in early 2000. Returned home and worked in Intralot and Upstream, two very well-known Greek firms in the IT sector, until he quit because he fell in love with the problem that he actually faced daily, as he told me yesterday, how to make talent recruiting simple, efficient, and more workable. Today, Workable is globally recognized as a pioneer in job recruiting industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my friend Spiros Maiatis.
Hello everyone, happy to be here among old friends and young engineers and entrepreneurs. As Spiros said, I'm the CTO and one of the two founders of Workable, a software as a service product that helps other companies organize the recruiting process. Today I will talk about our learnings from the early days of our journey, which I hope will find useful people in this room that are thinking of starting their own business. So let's start with this question. What is a startup? Is it a technology company? And if it is just a technology company, how is it different from a software house or a consulting company? Is it a scalable business? Then how is it different from a franchise company, for instance? Well, the answer is that it's a combination of the two. You get a disruptive idea, you apply it on a sizable market, and the result is a high-growth company. And that makes a startup different than any other kind of companies. So, if this mix is so explosive and efficient, why do 90% of startups fail? Well, if you look at the numbers, if you have a closer look at the numbers, we'll see first of all that the odds are not at all. Yes, a very small fraction of startups actually manage to generate significant revenues, but only 60% fails completely. And today I think we should focus more on how you can make a company that will avoid, being one of the in one of the first two categories. And in my opinion, in order not to be in the first two categories and have a fair chance later on to shoot for the moon and build a really big business, the biggest milestone you need to reach is the product market fit. The product market fit is a stage where you have built a product that is appealing to at least some small segment of the market. And yes, you may not have managed yet to crack a sales channel and grow your business fast, but if you manage to be there, I think one way or another, if you have built something useful, you will finally find your way to success. So let's go through the steps from an idea to product market fit, because I think those are the most important steps in the early stage or for an early stage startup, and see what needs to be done correctly in order to be there to achieve this milestone. So let's start with the idea. In my opinion, you should pick a problem that you know. Otherwise, you can't be able to give the right solution to this problem, and something that you like. You'll be working on this for many years, so you better like what you're doing. So in my case, for instance, as Spiros said, recruiting is something I knew very well from my previous jobs. I was interviewing a lot of developers and engineers for the companies I was working for, and I was always fascinated by this process, trying to judge characters and see the potential of a candidate. It was always something that I was found very, very interesting. Another subtle point that I would like to cover here is the external constraints that you should take into account when we choose the idea that you want to implement. I see a tendency in Greece, especially, which is a small, rigid market with little access to capital, from younger entrepreneurs especially, to go after very ambitious consumer products. Well, I don't want to ruin their dreams, and maybe 1 in a million this can be proved wrong, but it's very hard to build a consumer product from a small market like the Greek market. If you are not in Silicon Valley, where you have a critical mass of early adopters and access to unlimited capital to grow this further, it's almost impossible to build the next Facebook. I'm not saying you should never try something so ambitious. What I'm saying is that I see very few companies trying to address a business-to-business problem, which is a much more reasonable approach for success. So, as we said, an idea that you know, a problem that you know and you want to work on, and then you need to understand what is the innovation in your idea. Is it the technology? Is because of the technology? Is the technology that makes your product better, cheaper, easier to sell or use? Is it an existing technology that you package in a better user experience with more features? Or is it the business model? It doesn't matter on which category your innovation falls under, but it has to be something that new that changes the game. Uber, for example, at least in the very beginning, was not a very radical, technological advancement. It was just a mobile app with a GIS capability. But the disruption there was in the existing industry of taxi, which they converted to an on-demand economy. So yeah, innovation has many flavors, but your idea has to be innovative in some way. And then it's the validation phase. You have to stand in front of the mirror and see how and scrutinize your idea. You need to understand if the market that you are going after is sizable enough to sustain a really big company. And I'm not saying you should not choose a product that is for a very niche market, but in that case you have to be very careful and not to raise money from investors, because as you heard before, investors are looking for high returns because of the business model they operate. They invest in many companies and they are expecting from one of them or two to bring back big returns so that they cover the loss from the other investments they have. And then you need to understand the market structure. Is it a market dominated by a few large players? It's a highly fragmented market. You need to understand the strengths and the weaknesses of the existing players, because when you become large, they will go after you, and you need to understand what's your defensibility in this. You need to do some research about the unit economics. How much money do you need to bring a customer? You can do this research online, for example, to get a sense of how expensive it is to advertise on Google AdWords. Then you need to understand how much money are your customers willing to pay, how much they are paying your competitors or some other traditional players in the market. For example, if you want to build a grocery delivery service, you need to understand who's paying for the delivery. Is it the supermarket or is it the customer, and how much is willing to pay? Simple unit economics. And then you need to, so that you can understand if your business model is viable. If the customer acquisition cost, the marketing spending you make in order to bring a customer, and the cost of goods sold, the cost of providing the service to your customer, is not so big that you cannot be covered by the average value of a customer. This equation must work well in order for the payback time to be reasonably short and make your business profitable. You need to understand the competition, and if you think that there is no competition in your space, chances are you haven't done your research, thorough research on this. There are so many startups out there, so many technology companies. We live in a global market that is almost impossible to be in a space where there are no competitors. And you need to be honest with yourself and understand what's your differentiation. Is it the price? Is it the features, the quality of the service? But it has to be something. And then you need to understand the history in this market to see how the big players react, if they are defensive, if it's an open ecosystem that, you know, where it is easy to make partnerships, or if the big players are trying to dominate it. So let's take the workable example here. And okay, there is no question that the recruiting market is huge, right? Companies are spending billions to attract talent. But if we see here on top, we have the big players on the value chains. The big money are spent from companies to find candidates. This is the core of the problem. This is where they are willing to spend most of their budget. So we have job sites and people networks, and this is where the big players like Indeed and LinkedIn operate. So in the first read, you may consider this market crowded and very competitive. But if you go lower the value chains, you will see the applicant tracking section here, and this is where Workable operates. And this is a business automation process sort of industry, where maybe the margins are lower because we don't capture the big value of the market, where companies are willing to pay a lot in order to find talent. But we operate at a very healthy margin, because what we are doing is we are selling software. Software traditionally has a very big margin. So the detailed read of the market that you are operating is very important in order to understand the feasibility of your idea and your business. And of course, the applicant tracking space was very crowded, but what we found at Workable is that the SMB section, the small medium business section of the market, was heavily underserved. Most of our competitors are going after big enterprises, and there was a huge opportunity for us to go after this segment of the market, which is much larger, by the way, but it's difficult to corner somehow. So our plan was to go after this underserved segment of the market and gradually build the muscle to go a bit higher and compete with the bigger players, where most of the value of the service is captured, where companies spend money in order to find talent. So let's go back to this. Let's go back to this slide and see what's the next phase. You had an idea, now it's about to find the right team to implement it, right? Without the team, you cannot have a company. So the first thing is to pick the right co-founder. Then you must have a full-time commitment. Part-time doesn't work on this. It's already very hard to build a successful startup. You cannot win the gold medal in Olympics if you are not a full-time athlete. You cannot make a successful startup if you are not full-time on this. You need to have the right corporate structure and then build what I like to call the minimum viable company. And we'll go through them one by one now. The first and most important thing about the team is to find the right co-founder. Unless you are somebody so exceptional as Mark Zuckerberg, for instance, it's very hard to build this thing yourself. You need to have a partner, somebody that will have with you along the way. For some reason, but actually for many reasons that I think I don't want to cover extensively here, the magic number is 2. Okay, you can also build a company with 3 co-founders, but beyond that, I don't think it's functional. 3 has its own challenges because when the difficult times come, people have a tendency, 2 of the founders have a tendency to gang up against the 3rd one and so on, but still it is workable. I would, in any case, I would recommend 2. And then you have to pick someone you have a history with. You must, you don't make a company with somebody that you met on an event. You must have some sort of professional relationship with that person. You must have worked with this person before and have the confidence that you can work well with this person and be effective. It's always good to have a good balance between the 2 founders. One should be good at selling and the other one at building product. At least this is how it has worked for us. I'm better at building the product, my co-founder Nikos is better at selling. But those are the 2 most important functions of the company, at least for that stage. You cannot outsource one of them, you can outsource everything else, or you can hire somebody to everything else. But if you are not willing, if the core team is not able to build a good product and sell it, then chances are you will not succeed. You must have aligned motives. I mean, it's very important to share common values about life and work with your co-founder, because when the time comes to make big decisions, you must have the same perspective. And in any case, you should not settle. I mean, this is so important that you cannot settle with somebody that doesn't tick all the boxes for you. Then you need to incorporate your company, and what is the right legal entity? Honestly, I don't know, and in the very early stage it doesn't matter. The right legal entity is a legal entity. You can you need to put everything on a paper, on a piece of paper, and have some sort of legal entity for the business that you are trying to do. You can't leave this in limbo for too long. And then the cap table has to be clean and very well specified. Maybe it might look like a good idea to you to have the 80% of your company if, for example, your grandma is willing to invest 50,000 euros as an angel investment. But believe me, this is a red flag for investors if you are successful and you have to raise more money. If you are successful and raise more money, your co-founders will be so diluted that it will not make sense for them to continue working for the company down the road. And avoid premature optimization. Don't waste your time with tax optimization. How can I set up a company in Cayman Islands in order to pay less tax? It doesn't matter in the beginning. Your company is not profitable anyway. You can do that later on and hire the experts to do this right. And then you have the minimum viable company that you have to set up. Company is not necessarily, a fancy office and a secretary. Maybe in the beginning you are bootstrapping, you don't have the money to have such an infrastructure, but this doesn't mean you should not operate in an organized manner. You must have a product roadmap and the tools and the processes to monitor the progress precisely. You must have regular meetings, you must have everything documented. And then you can outsource all the non-critical stuff, accounting, legal, stuff that are commoditized, and you should focus only on one thing at this phase. Build a minimum viable product. Without this, nothing else matters. So how will this product look like, and when it is ready to launch? Well, it has to be fast in order to get quickly feedback from customers and understand if your idea makes sense. But also it has to be good enough to give value to your customers. Otherwise, you will not get a meaningful feedback from them. So, as you can see here, you have two approaches. Let's assume that your idea is to build a fantastic engine. If you're trying to build something minimal but not complete, like the point 3 on the first row, nobody will understand the value of the good engine that you built for this car. But if you put this on a motorcycle in the beginning because you want to iterate faster, people will get it. They will understand the value of the innovation that you have, and later on you have all the time to build a proper car. So yes, don't spend too much time to build a complete product, but build something that makes sense to your customers. Of course, the fact that you manage to deliver something doesn't mean that you are successful. Actually, I'm afraid to say that you are at the very beginning of this journey. And until you build something that makes sense to your customers, you are practically at ground zero. So what is product market fit? It is a product that is useful and people are willing to pay. Okay? And how do you end up with this product? Well, in my opinion, this is not an epiphany. It's not like the first idea you had, it will be the product that customers want. Unless, again, you are Zuckerberg who built, a website with a like button and this thing spread like wildfire from the first day. You have to measure the usage of the product very precisely, listen to your customers' feedback, and iterate fast. Try many things, and try to do every time to build a better and a better version of your product. This doesn't mean that the product manager for your company or your customers. You should question what your customers are asking as features, and you should try to understand what they are trying, what are the deepest needs, what they are trying to do, what problem they are trying to solve, not what solution they are suggesting. You are the product owner, you should decide what gets in, what gets out, but it has to be something relevant to your users. And then you need to understand what drives the usage of your product. And sometimes this is a blind spot for you, because maybe the innovation you have brought on the table is not related to this. So for Workable, for example, actually what we considered in the beginning the killer feature of Workable was a very good screening tool. So you have a very good way to go through candidate profiles very easily and decide which ones are good enough to get an interview. But without without enough candidates, the product looks like this. It was a fantastic interface, but it was empty. And people, after a while, were giving up using the product. So very quickly we understand that we had to do something with it. So what we did was that we syndicated with many free job boards. So with a single click, our customers could advertise their job openings to tens of websites where candidates go to find jobs. And then candidates started flowing in, and all the beauty of Workable was revealed to our customers, and they were happy, and they started using it. So get this thing and turn it into a conversion catalyst and make this, the key factor of success for your business. So in the beginning, for example, the conversion funnel of Workable was like this. Only 10% of our customers were getting enough candidates to see the value of the product, because 5% out of 10%, that's 50% conversion for those that are at a stage where they can understand the value of the product. That's fantastic, but the problem is that the starting point was too low. So we put a lot of effort to bring more candidates to our customers, and then we managed to have a 60% conversion, which is fantastic for the kind of company we are, and let us basically execute our strategy, which was to address the small, medium enterprises, where the margins are small, the ticket prices are smaller, so you must have a big enough conversion rate in order to make a profitable business. And when we do all this, you are at the stage where customers have started buying your product, the usage of the product is growing. It's not that you have many customers that are trying, but they give up a bit later, and the word of mouth about your company and your product is growing, is spreading. And if you do all that, I think you are at a position to shoot for the moon and build a very successful company. It's not that you have reached success, but you are on track. That's all from me. Thank you.
We'll take questions now. Any questions? Okay. Okay, we have Professor Balas now with us, who is a full professor at the Technical University. He is also the leader of the optoelectronics group. And back on 2002, Professor Balas, on the basis of one of his innovations, he founded a company named Dices Medical, which is a medical device company with international activities in the US, in the EU, and Asia. This year, in 2016, he attracted a new investment and founded QCell, which is a spin-off of the Technical University of Crete. Professor Balas is a winner of the Applied Research and Innovation Competition Crete Innovates in 2013, and he has received a fellowship in Institutional Conference and Patent Awards.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for the kind invitation and for giving me the opportunity to spend some time with you this afternoon. So, thanks first for the introductions. I would like to start my talk with my view that I'm about 20 years in this business of academic and high technology business, and I'm afraid I don't have to advise anything to young people who are attempting to step into the same career, because what I believe at the end of this of the day is that I don't believe that there are rules in this type of activities. I do believe that the only thing that we need is talent, is deep knowledge of the science that you are serving, and that's all. Because if you have these two things, you learn and adapt at every time. So learning and adapting, I think, is the best way to proceed. I think the startup business is trial and error business. And I think that my case was developed in a completely different procedure to the one presented by the previous speaker, which proves what I said before. I mean that many models can work, depending on the different business. So that's why I think that too many advisors or
people that are advancing companies with some list of rules, I don't think that they will work, because there are many differences in the business, so they are not rules of thumb. And having this in mind, I'm not willing today to show to you a list of instructions or advising things, or how to advise you to give you some advice or share my experience with you, because I don't think this will be helpful at the end of the day. I think each one has to try his own way to move on. And I will stay just to what you are doing. And I will start with the field that we are serving, which is the biophotonics field. We work a lot, we do a lot of hardware actually. We are not serving software activities. We are developing around basic research, and we have a deep feeling that strong patents are developed when you're doing basic research. Catalog engineering cannot support strong patents which can stand to the competition worldwide. That's why we started from the very early days to work and to serve basic science. And then on the basis of that science, we develop patents, and then we develop products, and then we develop companies. So the field is biophotonics, which is actually, to put it in a simple way, is how photons are interacting with molecules of biomedical tissues. And the basic idea is that when a tissue changes from healthy to abnormal or to cancer, there are several things which are changing during this procedure, and changes are involved. When I'm saying changes, I talk about structure, biochemical, all kinds of changes. That these changes are not visible by the examiner, so there's a lot of room for developments of products in detecting these changes in vivo without tissue removal. And then, as I will demonstrate to you, this will end up to a new generation of medical devices. Actually, this is what I was talking about, biochemical changes. You see in these cartoons that there is a stepwise procedure that sometimes developing an neoplasia, which is a precancerous case, could last some 10 years or more. And all these changes are invisible and asymptomatic. So most of the cases you feel everything is okay, but you have a neoplasia under development. And this gives no changes in the color. Not because the changes are not there, it's because the human optical system is very poor, very limited in capturing these changes. It's because it can look only in 3 spectral bands, in red, green, blue, and this is actually not sufficient to see very small subtle changes in biochemistry. Also, what the eye sees during a physical examination is an interaction between light, ambient light and tissue, and sometimes ambient light changes. Objects having the same color change their appearance randomly, and so this confuses several times the diagnosis. This is a phenomenon known as metamerism. So, because of this inability of the human optical system to detect changes, we actually doing kind of a fishing, a blind fishing, okay, as this cartoon shows, fishing tires sometimes, because there are no visible changes. So when they try to do some kind of random biopsies in the area which is suspected for a malignancy, and so this procedure is subjected to sampling errors. So there are many sampling errors, getting the wrong part for a biopsy. There is also another major problem. There are many reading errors. So even though you get the right sample from the tissue, you often get the wrong reading of this sample, because readings are on this sample is qualitative and subjective and performed by histologists, which are trained to do this job. But if you give to the same guys the same slides to examine 1 month later, they will disagree with themselves by an amount of 30%. So several times also this examination is affected by the psychology of the examiner, by the physical condition, several of these times. So that's why we have a lot of misdiagnosis, like this gentleman who goes for operation for hysterectomy. Now there is obviously an opportunity here to develop alternative screening and diagnostic tools for monitoring these changes at an early stage by exploiting the live tissue interaction mechanisms that are so far, even today, restricted to simple color imaging. Here is a long list of innovative hardware that we have developed. Most of these products are actually have gone to the markets. Initially, as we started as scientific instruments. For example, this camera, the upper left, the first device was sold to the Massachusetts General Examiner for establishing evidences for various crimes. This was the first product that I sold, actually. It was sold through the institute without having a company. And then step by step we set up, we made several other specially tailored high-end scientific instruments. And that's where we started having an experience on the demand of the various markets. And then we started developing in the Technical University of Crete a solid basis for innovation on basic science by developing high-end instruments and setting up an infrastructure at my lab, which is, I think, one of the best equipped imaging lab in Europe, having instruments capable of capturing images within the ultraviolet and the thermal imaging continuously. These are some images of our labs at the Technical University of Crete, where I believe very rich laboratory. And actually, instruments that are not in the lab, we can use the facilities of other departments, like here the Industrial Engineering Department. We have fantastic collaboration with my colleagues in using machine shops. And I think having this experience and having this infrastructure, research infrastructure on basic sciences and nice collaborations with other disciplines, it was the good soil to develop the first business, which is the Digest Medical, which is a company developing a system for diagnosing cervical cancer. This is actually is a mature company now. We have raised about 20 million euros so far, and we operate in Edinburgh, in Athens, and in Tampa, in the United States. Here is an example. It's actually shows with this map, which shows it's like a pseudo-color map. It's like a weather forecast map, whereby analyzing the light tissue interaction, it generates this map, and areas we have some certain pseudo-colors correspond to areas where we have malignancies. And so by having this map, which is overlaid onto the tissue, we can do guided biopsy and treatment, so we avoid metastasis at a very early stage. This technology today features on Fox channel in the United States, in El Mundo, and several other, channel 13 with the title A New Cancer Weapon. So United States has fantastic approval of this technology after we got FDA, and after we got about 10 patents worldwide, which are now granted. And this is something that I think we enjoyed very much to see after several years of problems, is that we had first presentation, big conferences, and then we had a stand and there was a huge queue for people in the breaks to see the technology that was presented in the podium. These are some snapshots for the products brochure. Actually, now we have distributors in the UK, United States, Greece, Netherlands, Sweden, Israel, Turkey, United Kingdom, even in Kazakhstan. And actually, NICE from the UK system for the NICE recommendation system has selected this device as excellence in medicine, so it highly recommends this for use in the everyday clinical practice. That is all about the DICEs. Now I'm talking about Holoptica. It's a new company that we are about to set up now. It actually works with high-end imaging devices for measuring the properties of circulating tumor cells in the bloodstream. We have fantastic results for the ability of this system to detect the differentiation between cancer cells. Briefly to tell you is that several cells, tumor cells, are circulating, and only some of them are giving metastasis. So the idea is to detect which of them are more aggressive, and we invest on developing systems to detect the differentiation on cancer cells with very good results. This is a hyperspectral imager which works very well with microscopy, which opens a new era for microscopy, actually the hyperspectral microscopy. And there are many applications, including also marine imaging, where we improve drastically the visibility in the underwater sea with similar technologies. I don't want you to bother you with it because this is under development. Now, we recently got an investment to set up a new company, the TUC company. This is a company that will be developed on mobile platforms. The idea is to convert all mobile platforms to hyperspectral imagers. We first approached from Huawei, the Chinese company doing mobile phones. They wanted to work with us to develop hyperspectral imaging in microscopy in mobile phone, because, as you know, the part of the mobile phones that makes a difference between competitors is the photography, not the phone itself. So what they try to do is they increase the resolution of the camera, so each generation has a new resolution, a higher one. So if we start with 5 megapixels, now we have 8, 10, 12, 21, you name it. But in fact, actually, the resolutions remain the same because the lens of the mobile phone has very limited capabilities. So all mobile phones cannot do better than 7 megapixels. That's it. They cannot grow. They cannot offer new devices. It's impossible. So they do something of improving for marketing purposes, and at the end of the day, your hard drive is full of information which is useless, actually, it's noise. So people now are trying to see things, more valuable things to differentiate on what they offer, so we have discovered that a camera on the mobile phone which can see the infrared and ultraviolet and also can capture spectra can be used by the owners of this mobile phone as a means for self-tests. So they can check this plastic device, for example, to see whether it's tempted to become melanoma, or to check diabetic problems or freshness of food. So at the beginning we start on having these technologies as an add-on to mobiles, and then smoothly we move on to integrate to the actual mobile platform. It will look like this in the beginning. And as you see here is the test on the fruits. We can perfectly see hidden features which indicate problems in freshness. better color imaging. We can identify various skin types. We can detect peripheral disease on diabetes. We can do better diagnosis in dentistry. We can do plant pathology. All these kind of things with a mobile phone. And because the good thing is that this fantastic device now is in hands of multi-billion people. And several times I can hear my mother working and downloading applications for communicating with me through the Skype, something which was completely unattainable some years ago. So even the grandfathers and grandmothers are tend to become very knowledgeable to mobile technology, which are advanced technology. So if we can exploit this technology, we can have a lot of benefits. And the money, I think, from this investment will come to our account in 2 days. So we start this summer for building up NewCo with these mobile applications, and we will about to raise new funds in 1 year. And the last target now that we have, and I'm finishing with this, is a NewCo. So that means that we don't have name. It's NewCo means new company. And it is related to dynamic spectral capillography. We attempt to measure the reflex of the eye in light stimuli, and with the speed of these changes, we will understand. We target to understand changes in the brain in Alzheimer's disease. It's a non-invasive procedure, non-ionizing. So the eye is, in a way, is a window to the brain. So because it's part of the brain, we can, with this procedure, have a tool for primary care settings, a very inexpensive tool to monitor diseases of this type. Actually, one of the candidates for the today's competition deals exactly with this project. And this is something that you will hear later on, so I'm not willing to take more of your time. Now, finishing this adventure had a lot of awards and honors actually that we received. It's paper publications, patents, and various medical device awards. And I'm finishing, and thank you very much for your attention.
So thanks, Professor Ballas. Don't know if there are any questions. Okay, then it's Petros Maragdakis here. Sorry. Please. Sorry.
Professor Ballas, we met in your lab about 2 months ago. This is the first time. Yeah, and I remember what you had on the shelf, and that time I can see here 2 or 3 new companies going down already. So you are apparently very productive in creating new companies. But my question was there, and I'm repeating it now. In medical devices or stuff like this, the validation, the accreditation of the technology takes a long time. So how are you going to deal with your capacity? You apparently are in the middle of everything, the same person, and when you create many companies, you have to split between many of those for a long time. So I'm hyper energetic myself. How are we going to manage? Do you create new generation of managers? Do you intend to pass some of this stuff to others? So how do you deal with it?
Actually, the first company, Dice Medical, are now involved almost 0 time. Because they have money, they hire CEOs, they hire all, I have a high-level advisory role now, and myself. So I'm not spending time to the first company now, okay? speaking about the other companies, is I think my role is to set up the company, and actually the clinical validation that we are talking now depends on the claims of intended use. This is how we call it. Okay. If you want to go directly to the claim that I'm detecting cancer without a human, like not being an adjunct to the examiner, then you have a tough, difficult time in doing very hard clinical trials, long-lasting clinical trials. But we start step by step. First, we prove clinically that it is a good adjunctive tool for the physician, which requires the medical, that's the beauty actually with the medical devices, actually requires 300 patients about to go out with this claim. 300 patients completely go out. We have done 3 of these type of clinical trials. Last 1 year, no more. So this is where we ask for the second tranche of the second round of financing. First is to develop, to finish with the device and the patents. And the second one is to run a clinical trial. At the end of the clinical trial, the money goes up. And then at that time, we have a good, better investment. And my role, it's not that important at that stage. So this is how it works. Actually, these companies want my personal involvement, and the investors actually want my personal involvement for at least 1 year and a half. And it's not full time.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, let's proceed to Petros. Petros has been focusing on his career in the last 13 years in real-time communication systems. Being unable to resist the exciting new generation of real-time communication with technologies on the cloud, Petros decided to become part of an evolution and co-founded Imaginal. Working together with a great team, Petros is dedicated on making Imaginal champion in core web real-time technologies, as well as growing Imaginal to a profitable and sustainable company. I have mentioned that Petros lives and works in Switzerland, and please welcome him on board.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers here, mainly for putting me in the same table with the 2 former speakers. The first one was the one that I consulted at the very first stages of Imaginal, our company, to ask him more or less, how do we do that? I have to admit that I haven't followed everything from what he said, but I have seen a lot of them during those 3 years, on the hard way, most of them. And Mr. Ballas, from last year that I first saw his story and what he's actually doing, he's my role model system. This is the founder that I always wanted to be. But I'm not, I have to admit that. Anyway, that was just for the beginning. So my experience in the startup business is not that big, let's say, so that I can give advices or show what the rules are, but what I can do is say a few things through our story and through our product. What we have built on Imaginal is Julio. That's an online fitness platform that I will try to showcase to you. This is not the first idea. This is not how we start, what we aim to build in the very beginning. This is the result of a lot of iterations during our lifetime, also to get the market fit, but also to get the fit of get our fit in what we are actually building. So, because at some of the iterations the product was good, but we were not good enough to support it. So, anyway, what I will present you is what is the outcome of this story. So, the way that we started approaching Julio was one fact, that 36% of people are working out from home. This got also in line with our actual story. Now our story was that we met with my co-founder in prenatal classes, and there, believe it or not, one of the problems that we actually had, part of course from generally serving our wives on this journey, was the fact that they were missing their gym, they were missing their fitness life and their fitness friends, etc., etc. So that was the initial problem that we started to solve, and then we realized that this is really a problem out there. The second fact that we show that we should focus on something, not generally home fitness, right? So what we saw was that a lot of people, there was a big trend of people going to YouTube to watch YouTube videos for doing their workouts. So at this stage, what we said, let's try and see how this business looks like. And the outcome was that the content creators that at that point were only selling DVDs for monetizing their work, they were using it more or less only for advertising a medium that was dying, which was the DVDs. Those more than 1 billion, actually it's 1.5 only for the top 20 content providers on YouTube. This results to a yearly outcome of 10 million. So YouTube is giving 10 million euros, $10 million, sorry, to the content providers only for these huge users of their content. So we saw a gap there that we could fill in. And the other fact was that, okay, the home fitness industry is really big enough, so there is space there. From the 10 million to the 25 billion, and YouTube is really one of the biggest players right now on this. There is a huge gap that someone needs to fill in, and we will see we can fill part of it. So we went in more detail on the problems that the YouTube user is actually facing while he's trying to make his workout, and I will be a little bit faster here. So there's no way to find the right video for you. There are 7 million yoga videos on YouTube. You have to be lucky to find the right one for you. Working out at home means really being alone working out. So you don't have someone to work out with. So you miss the social aspect of the gym. And the other part was that on the online platforms, because of the fact that you're doing yoga, Pilates, or even when you're doing cardio workouts, you're not actually utilizing your wearable. Your wearable is counting steps that count when you are out and you are running. They're useless inside. So we saw also an area on the product side, apart from the market side. So that's why we created Julio. We want to claim that our product looks like a Netflix for fitness, both from the business model point of view and from what we want to offer to the user. So we have our USPs, also our differentiators product-wise is the fact that you can, using our product and your wearable, which can be an Apple Watch or a heart rate monitor. You can really measure and monitor your performance on home video workouts, which means that it could be yoga, Pilates, and the main reason is that we are not using steps. We are using a different approach on that, which is not even ours actually. The other thing is that we wanted to add this more social aspect, because we are not aiming to the user that is really committed and he's going to the gym 4 times a week. This user knows what to do, he has plenty of apps to work out with. So we wanted to make the experience more fun and more sociable. So we, it's more like, so one of the, so the Look magazine said that it looks like a sweaty skateboard, and it is more or less that. So we added interaction between the users. On the roadmap there are a lot of features, but I'm just trying to show you how it changed the workout experience. What was our differentiators on this? So what we try to say to do in order to make the experience better than what you have in YouTube or on other platforms. The other part, I don't know if, because this is a video normally, and you will not see. Anyway, the other part of the work that we are doing is that we are making our platform, our library more intelligent, let's say. So there is a gap in the fitness industry that people do not really utilize the data of the user. So they are not using them for something useful to the user, but they are using it for creating dashboards or leaderboards and gamification, which is you get a badge when you do something. We saw it from a different perspective. We know that the only real value point that we are offering to the user is finding the right workout and doing this workout. That's all of it. So we focused on putting all the data on this target. So what I wanted to show you is that in the beginning we just had this part on the back end, so this was the intelligence of our system. But which was profiling the user, which was learning while the user was doing a workout. And it was matching him with videos or playlists or fitness plans that we have in the platform. And we realized that this is actually something also useful to the user. So now we have used what the sophisticated tree mapping that we are doing on the back end. We have exposed it actually to the user. I wish I could actually show it to you because it's much easier than saying it. But anyway, gonna go back. It's on YouTube. So can I escape here? Okay. Just need to find the video.